let's see. Ouch. Oh, dang it. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Bang, bang. All right. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Auto on and activate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops, oops, oops. There we go. Oops, oops. What up, Senfei? Bam, 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 bam. Hold on, my brother. I'm still getting the Jamilation vibe. Oh, dang it. There we go. What's going on, my brother? No, so I got a 20-minute thorium video, and then I got people coming on live at 8. Tomorrow, 8 to 10, I'm doing the Minecraft comeback series. So it'll be tomorrow, 8 to 10. I'll be back. And you can be on. You can be in the VC. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, my brethren. All right. We'll make it happen. Okay. Let me get this set up here. Where am I? Bang, bang. Boom. All right. You can still wait on a call. Oh, come on. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let us see. Did I break it? I think I broke it. Oh, okay. Boom, boom. Yeah. Pause. Share. Okay. All right. YouTube. Jeez, dude. That dude's freaking huge. Why would you even eat that? I guess you gotta poop everything out. That's it. What I eat after chess day. Oh, man. Jeez, that's freaking nuts. That's it. That's freaking crazy. All right, let's see. That's a bunch of freaking crap. That looks racist. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, I hit the wrong button. What up, Catsby? Dun, 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 dun. All right, we're looking at some racism. Close your eye. Oh, what's it say? So she thinks her husband pressure washed her feet.
Let's see what you guys are tagging me in today.
Look how my husband already has his feet. Look. Dude is cleaning his foot. Well, the plant came, a pass it made, and look how it whitened his feet.
This is totally normal. People have less melanin in their hands and their feet, But what's really concerning me here is that power washer, because power cleaners like that can cut straight through your toes, and high pressure injuries can be deceiving because the damage on the inside is often way worse than it looks on the outside. Let's see what you guys are tagging me in today.
Crazy. That's freaking crazy. Oh me, oh my. I love the internet. This hourglass can power. Oh, cool.
Wondered what it takes to light up a city as vibrant as Paris?
Yup.
Take a closer look at this hourglass. The sand you see swirling down,
Bro,
it's
beavers
not
wake
ordinary
up.
sand.
Bro, beavers wake up and hustle to build a dam, and the animals have a purpose for stacking wood. They definitely hustlers, without a doubt. Dude, have you ever seen a beaver dam, dude? Have you ever seen humans blow up a beaver dam? Hold on. Using dynamite on a beaver dam. Dude, hold on. I don't know which one's gonna be really kick-ass, but let's see.
Well, folks, how's it going? Hey, well, here's what's gonna happen here. I suck at trapping, and we're just gonna blow this dam up. So I got everything set out. We're
It's
starting
so
small.
crazy.
I thought we were just gonna
it's
go.
so crazy how they weave the sticks together. I don't know what they're using right here or not. I don't know whether it's RDX dynamite, tannerite. I got no idea. We'll see how they detonate it if they're shooting at their tanner. They're right. They're absolute engineers. Yes, animals are freaking amazing. Okay, let's watch it go.
And guns ablazing, put all 10 pounds in there and blow.
Is that
it.
what
The
he
problem
said?
with that
I missed what he
is
said.
It's hard to make all 10 set out. We're starting small. I thought we were just gonna go in, guns ablazing, put all 10 pounds in there and blow it up. The problem with that is it's hard to make all 10 pounds blow up at one single time without
Okay,
wasting.
right. It's
So
got to be tannerite then, because any other explosive would light off another explosive, but tannerite takes a shockwave.
we're gonna start small and we're gonna move up.
When you established the U.S. citizenship, January 10th, 1977.
That's what I'm talking about, boys.
First shot, got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Holy cow.
That was only 2 pounds out of 10.
That was
All right, let's go see the damage. That was a lot better than I expected. I thought it was
Dang,
gonna be a
that
little
was 2
explosion. I can't
pounds?
believe that was only 2 of the 10 pounds. I think the water's.
Okay, this says dynamite. Oh, dang it. Missed it.
Holy shit!
That's tannerite, too.
Hell yeah, Mike.
Yeah, you could have done better with a shovel. Oh, yeah, that's tannerite. They call it sonic explosives. Tannerite. I typed dynamite. Okay, that's with a shovel. I want to see it. That's a shovel. Let's see what they do. I used to sleep by the river in a hammock.
All right, Mr. Millennial, we got a beaver infestation on the
Munch on
phone.
sticks on me all night. Where are you from, Fry brother?
Well, they're flooding valuable farm ground, and they don't pay near as good a rent as what Garrett does.
That's not the problem I see.
What's the problem?
I see slow solutions opposed to dynamite or bazooka.
Well, so in full disclosure, we have contacted our local DNR.
Absolutely.
And the exact words were, if they are causing property damage and they are on private property, you can use any means necessary to
Any
remove
means
them.
What's the question? Do you own a bazooka? That's straightforward.
Yes.
I don't own a bazooka, but I do own a Hyundai. So,
Oh, that was insane.
all right, Mr. Millennial, we got a beaver infestation on the farm.
I only see one problem here.
Oh, come on, man. Why hasn't anybody got any good things? This is 1,500 pounds of okay, let's see this. That's a lot. 150 pounds of tannerite.
Watch out! Jesus Christ! Holy crap!
And that's the thing. Notice that there's no flames. It's just converting the solid into a gas directly. And it's put off very little heat, but not man, that's what most explosives are. Converting a solid to a gas and putting all the heat in. Jeez! Damn. That's freaking crazy. All right, let's type in tannerite this directly. £3.5 pounds. Okay, this is something big.
So, we got a beaver dam problem over here, and we got.
Notice you said a beaver dam problem, not a damn beaver problem. I want to start. I wanted to start a fox and minx farm for. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Y'all stay tuned.
Oh no! Yeah, dude, listen. Those dams hold back millions of pounds of water. You need to move, and the sticks aren't the only thing. The sticks grab leaves, dirt, mud, and get reinforced. It's the same way that we build dams. But instead of sticks, we use rebar, and then we dump concrete in between, in and around the rebar. Their dams are just as good, if not better, because they've got randomizations in how it's intense. Beavers are freaking brilliant. They not only know how to build the dams, they know where to build them and what area they want flooded, where they want it flooded to, and how to. And remember, they build the dam before the flooding happens. They'll build their dam and their home, and it'll flood up to their home and stop. And they build their. It's insanity. Like they had a planning freaking crew. That's insane.
All that is a product of the beaver dam. That caused all that water, if you can kind of see through the trees, backed up. When that blows,
But think about the hundreds of millions of Americans that have heard the name Beaver Dam, but have no clue, ain't never seen one, have no idea what's going on. Like there's so little that people know about the natural world. It's so crazy. There you go, up in a frickin'.
Shit Creek will be replenished.
The creek shall be replenished. I need to see better footage. Come on. I could do this all day. Boom, that's right. What's he doing? He's like, screw that. I guess it's taking too long. He's just got a shovel. Because if you make a dam with mud, the water flowing over it will dissolve the mud out of the way. So the sticks act as the. There are major hiking trails that include beaver dam crossings. Back when I was a kid in the Colorado Rockies. Beautiful freaking memories. Beautiful memories, right? Come on. That ain't no tannerite. Oh, tannerite for what? He's saying, why do I need it? I'm just doing it by hand. Okay. Look at this freaking dam.
Okay, everybody, so we got our little 3.5 pounds of tannerite we stuck in some ABS pipe with a 3.5 inch in the bottom, so there's a little more.
So he's got a target. Okay, hold on, let me shrink this down a little bit. So he's got it looks like an upside down hammer. They got a big area in the bottom that they can hit, and they're going to shove the pipe through so they can shape the charge, basically. Oh God, I just ate 4 kilograms of watermelon, and I feel like I love freaking watermelon, dude.
There and do a
I
shot.
love it.
So this is where we'll put it in.
That's what, 2 pounds? Or no, 2.2 kilograms to a pound. It's 8 pounds a kilo. I thought he was going to stick it through. That's a dumb way to do it. You should have pounded it through.
Guess we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's in there deep enough and hard enough and far enough.
He's doing it. So I would have done it the other way. I would have stuck the stick down part into the mound and then shot at the large hammerhead so that it would have, rather than doing the other way around. He's using that skinny part as a fuse.
Do the damage. Either way, it'll be fun. We know that much.
Gotta be a good shot.
Well, we'll go across.
He's trying to remove a beaver dam. Missed.
Go ahead. That's a nice sound.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. So we got our.
Yeah, he done that the wrong way. I feel he should have done it the other way around. Fishing for catfish. He's fishing for beaver. $100 worth of okay. Hey, hold on. Let me get that guys again. Hold on. Sorry. Man, that's freaking no joke. And we have access to this stuff. Look at the water flowing, dude. That's how strong the beaver dam was. It was holding that much back. Yeah, now they're angry beavers. What's up, Sindax? Look how much water that was holding back. That's freaking insane.
Holy
Look
shit,
at that.
boy.
Look how deep that shit.
Clay Ray, has it glue container? Look at the water. We're like 5 minutes in already, and it's. Look at the river, boys. Look at
Got a
this over
river.
here. Oh my God.
That'll do it. Here I am. What's on the agenda today? Rapid. I found a good video. What we were talking about earlier, we were talking about nuclear power. I found a really good video on what these guys are doing in a freaking shipping container in Germany. They're reinventing the nuclear power industry. And if you got, we were talking about it a lot earlier, so I thought maybe everybody would see. I found a good video for it. But now I got my ADHD went whacking with a list, and now
National
we're
Weather
blowing up
Service.
beaver dams. All right, let's see. 50 pounds. £50. Raining rocks. Dude. Look at all the stuff that's still flowing.
Holy shit!
Holy! I've always done that. Right. No, yes. They know. They build their homes before they build the dam, so they know in advance how big the dam has to be, how much they have to do. The water starts to fill up, it floods an area, and I know they live in water, but they've got areas where they lay eggs and everything, and they don't get flooded. Like, they know what's going on, but they didn't even go to school. They never went to school, and they understand just by how. It's freaking genius stuff. Let me see. One more time. That's freaking sick. They're just raining stuff down for like 10 seconds.
I'm on! Holy shit! Here, go. Here's the shovel. And gone.
Freaking so amazing. Make sure you're alive, then all instinct. And you wonder what our instincts would be. If we weren't so schooled, what would we actually do, right? If we weren't told what we're supposed to do. Remember, we were around before schools were around, and politics and freaking wackadoo. It really, and what's really cool is we just found people last year that are so stuck in the past, they haven't even invented stone tools yet. They made bows and arrows and stuff using wood, but they don't have stone spears, they don't have stone hammers and stuff. And this was just last year. Copy him. Yeah, that's what we've done. That's how we've learned. We learn from nature. We've learned from the things around us. All right, let me see if I can find this real quick. Okay. New tribe discovered last year, uncontacted. Hold on. Uncontacted tribe discovered last year. Uncontacted. I guess it was contacted after it was contacted. The Machcopiro. They were found logging. I wonder how they log without stone tools. Look at this. This is so crazy. I wish I should find something longer than that.
He goes, yeah, they're asking about you. And, you know, again, I'm not tall, but I compared to the people in the village, I was a little bit taller.
Right. But we've known about them since like the 50s. Yeah, right. So this is the thing. We still have the control part of the experiment. The people that never seen a vitamin or a vaccine or anything, and how are they living? They've never even they've only ever eaten what's grown around them. They haven't screwed with genetics and everything, you know, like. And how do they turn out? Are they super inbred and retarded? Are they like? Can you see evolution in them? Because they're what would appear to be 12,000 years behind us in information and technology. You know, like, and so the whole planet obviously didn't happen at the same time. Like everybody growing and learning all at once. We've learned from each other, right? And these people have always just been in one spot. Brazil, yeah. That's where it was. Yeah. It's amazing they didn't create any shelters or boats. Right, wait till they see a boat. Look, dude, Africa, there was no boats in Africa that could cross. They still, Africa never explored outside of Africa until like the 1900s. So like, but people, why would you? It's 72 degrees all the time and you have everything you want. Most people that sailed the seas they had winter to avoid. So when it started to get cold, instead of just being stuck in frozen 10 feet of snow, they were like, let's find someplace warmer. But Africa's always beautiful weather and everything. I mean, I don't know if it's the cold weather that makes people think, man, this sucks, let's find another place. Yeah, it's interesting. I'd imagine because since they are isolated, they also wouldn't be exposed to exactly. That's why of diseases, no way of curing anything out. Right. So obviously they don't get diseases that killed them all off, or there wouldn't be them anymore. But how did they get there in the first place? You know, that's my point.
And they said, you look like a warrior. He said, could you come forward? He said, show them that you don't mean any harm. He said, show them your palms. And so he pulled me up onto the beach. And this was right before they left. But see, I hold up my hands, listen. And they sang back.
They speak with song.
Cantando. They're singing. They raise their hands, I raise my hands. Wow.
No boats. They've got some sort of garment. So it wasn't society that said girls cover your boobs, guys cover your ding dings, and you know, like it's just something natural that comes out of us. And this is so interesting when politics gets to the point telling us what's wrong with us because we're socialized to do this, and then we find people with no industrialized social like societies, and they're doing it also. Like, so what is human nature, and what is people telling us what human nature should be?
And then we were left with watching them walk off the beach into the jungle with everything that we'd given them. And they were gone. And so we went downriver the next day, and the community said to us, okay, now you understand this is real. And he goes, yeah, they're asking about you. And, you know, again, I'm not tall, but So
the first shirt that this tribe ever has was given to one of them. I watched it a little bit further.
They're asking questions. They're also demanding. They're clapping at us and they're waving and they're saying, "Send more bananas." And
right.
So
they brought in bananas.
Another
right.
boat.
They
pushed another boat out. And this time they gave them some rope. They all had rope tied around.
Listen, this is the problem when I go back to talking about modern science. Modern science says they don't exist. Like that everybody's contacted, everybody's learned, everybody there's. They say these people have been uncontacted for 12,000 years. So it's flipping up science as we've been teaching it now. It's an absolutely overturning it because everything that we teach is theory and people aren't taught the difference between the evidences. They're not taught the difference between low confidence evidence and high confidence evidence. Low confidence evidence can be somebody repeating something somebody said. Like, I think aliens put us here. So somebody said that, so that's evidence, but that's low confidence evidence because we don't have any actual positive evidence that shows us that. Just some professional, some expert said it, right? And so, we have no idea. We have no idea how long we've been here. This shouldn't have happened. According to evolution and whatnot, these people should be farther along. Why have nobody ever been there? How many more people like that? How huge is the earth if there's this huge tribe of people that we've never seen until 2025? And then they're before the Stone Age. So there should be somebody somewhere that's in the Stone Age right now. Right? And but we don't know. How often do you go to the freaking Amazon and to Brazil? And look how huge it is, you know?
Their waists, penises tied up.
In Australia.
But they love rope. And some of them were wearing rope that they had made, which is brown or reddish. And then some of them were wearing rope that they had clearly
I'll show you a bigger nose. Hold on.
For the communities because it was modern nylon paracord. And they had this wound around their waists like a thick belt. And they took the second boat.
Oh, so it's a belt. It's not
rope, and they had some plantains on there.
So some of these guys might have been the ones that murdered the loggers.
Could be.
From a couple of months before that.
Absolutely could be. But what Rommel said as he was talking to them, he turned to us and he said, this group, he said, the other groups call me the grandfather. He said, this group, he said, I don't know any of these. He said, this is first contact. He said, this is the first time this group is talking to us. And you saw people from maybe 12 years old to what looks like 40 something, like a banged up 40. Mm-hmm. And no really old people and no women.
So where are the
asking
women?
Questions that they're also.
There's got to be women, right? There's got to be women in order to have 14-year-olds. There's got to be people, older than puberty age and women and men in order to make babies to do this. And what happens in their societies? Have their societies even got to gay yet? If you only have a certain group of people, if you're loving for love rather than loving to make more babies to continue the population, what is actually going on with human nature? What is caused by environmental pollutions? And these people, unless something's been sprayed over top of them, like crop dusting type stuff, they are humans how humans began. And we can't ask them for their genetics, but it's interesting to think about if we kill ourselves off, they'll just continue to grow and mature and reproduce, and then they'll eventually get to where we are now. And then there'll be people, they'll move out of there, but few of them will stay behind and keep that going. And then they'll go out, and the next thing you know, they'll be the war fighters of the 29th century. And then they'll all kill each other off. And then they'll keep coming out of there again. This is where humans created. This is where humans started. It's so freaking cool. I think it goes to show how humans are social creatures, because whenever you isolate people like this, they never seem to evolve beyond the Stone Age. They're not even to the Stone Age. We can watch the whole thing. Let's watch it. Let's do that.
Demanding,
so much for freaking nuclear science.
Clapping at us, and they're waving, and they're saying, "Send more."
Okay, let's go. What was the thing? Uncontacted. Lex Freeman, uncontacted. And they don't teach kids this in school. They don't teach anything about it. They teach you how we are now, and everybody thinks, it's so crazy. Uncontacted, not uncontested divorce. Uncontested divorce. All right, this is just a 20-minute clip.
In order for any of this to make sense, I have to show you.
Let me edit this up or shrink this up a little bit so you guys can see it. I should have. I didn't know. Well, I knew I would have done this. I'd have streamed full screen. I probably should start doing that.
Do this footage,
and this has not been shown ever before.
This is a world first. I mean, up until now, that's the other thing. We're sitting there this day, and the only thing you've ever seen are these blurry images from someone's cell phone from 100 meters away of the uncontacted tribes, and we're sitting there with 800 millimeters with a 2x teleconverter and R5s. And so this is, as we're looking through the farms, anticipating the tribe coming. I'll put a little bit of volume so you can hear it.
And imagine,
and then you can see
imagine the people like in the cartels and stuff that live in the woods, but they make the drugs for the rest of the world. And then deep in those woods, there's uncontacted tribes. And as the cartels start to expand through that, they come up and they've got babies and everything, and they've got families that they want to protect, and they think they're being invaded, and the cartels just go brrrr. And they don't care to let the rest of the world know about what's been found. Like, how often does things like that happen? How often do bad people discover things like that and just destroy it? Like, hey, we need this land for cocaine production. And, like think about how dense these jungles are, and if these are here, just like how we say in the universe is so big. If there's humans on Earth, there's probably other human-like things or whatever on other planets. Well, it's still like that on our planet. We don't know nothing about this planet, and people speak so confidently like that this is it. So many people are on Earth.
Moment.
They don't
this
know
is
what
us
the
running
internet
when they're out.
is.
They're coming down the beach. We're just.
Oh wow! Yeah. Oh wow!
You see how many thousands of butterflies. But
Oh,
look at the way they move. Look at the way they
butterflies.
point. Look at him with his bow.
See that. Well, wow! Look how beautiful of a life. They're surrounded with freaking tens of thousands of butterflies. I know you probably can't see that. The thing is, they'll gain resources, which triggers reproductive cycle, and the tribes will grow, cycle repeats. Right, one tribe will enslave the other tribe, and then the one tribe will get bigger than the other, the slave, and all of this human stuff happens. This is one of the crazy things. Slavery's been all over the earth. Everybody's been slaves, and everybody's had slaves, right? And so, and this is the interesting thing about finding things like this. Like, we can't see their women and whatnot, but there's definitely women and there's definitely children. So there's definitely more than this. There ain't just 43 men, right? That doesn't work. So there's got to be a lot more than this. How do they care for their babies? How well is their reproduction cycles? How well are they fed? They're not fat, but they ain't skinny. And so, like, what do they eat? What are they growing? Do they have meat? Where are the cows and cattle, or what? Or do they eat freaking grasshoppers and frogs? We were somewhat taught about tribes, but it was more so to do with the discovery of America. I think it's right, and how the evil white man came in and beat the hell out of. That's the problem. They didn't say it was recently. A population of 8 billion is probably wrong, could be much more, double that. Right. We got no clue. And they speak it like it's the truth. We're scientists and we know because we looked in one place and we calculated how many people were in there. So we just multiplied it times the surface of the earth. And this is the problem with extrapolation. They don't know. They have a sample size and they extrapolate it out. Right. Why are we naked? They're not naked. Some of them are naked. They got boobies.
They're trying to figure out what they're looking at.
Yeah, they got no clue. They're seeing aliens. And
they didn't know what the camera...
Cool too. Think about it from their point of view. There's these people with this crazy technology, cell phones, cameras, guns. And think about the theories that we have about alien invasions, probing their butts. These people, they're probably going to... some freaking... medical institute's going to come out and tranquilize one of these guys, do a colonoscopy, and then in 50 years they're going to talk about how the aliens came down with these bright lights and everything. And it's so crazy how all this just keeps happening. We got no idea. We got no idea if they're weaker or not, right? You would think if COVID went all around the planet and flew through the air, they would have got it too. But have we weakened our immune systems by believing we were strengthening it up? Maybe they've got a freaking fruit that just supercharges the immune system. We got no clue. Like how can we how it's like how we would see aliens if they came down to us. Right, exactly. So this interaction that happened right here, imagine in 100 years what they're going to be telling their kids. And then what their kids are going to be telling each other. And as they grow up and out, these stories get repeated. We got no idea. This is the thing about the evidence, isn't it? We live in peace.
So this was the guys looking out the back. So he's going, there's something back here. You could hear the women in the farm.
Like, you think about how humans
So
just
I'm
know to
looking in every
wave at
direction
each
'cause I'm
other.
going, which way is the arrow coming from? But see, he has his shotgun. This is just like a farm shotgun. Even if he shot it, you have to use a stick to bang out the shell.
Oh, crap.
But see, as they come closer, they start laying down their... See, he's laying down his bow and arrow. They understand. No mole.
So these are warriors, and the way they were at first moving, it really looked like they're ready for violence. And now they're all standing in a relaxed.
Yeah.
And smiling? Are they smiling?
Smiles come at some point. I would say that one of these guys
they're just belts.
seemed like
they're just belts.
in a leadership position. He did most of the talking.
What's with the different hand gestures?
Yeah, they're all men.
The holding your hand up to the face. All of this means something.
All of this means something. Some
Why
had
aren't
red
their
smeared on their
beards?
faces.
Why
some
aren't
had-
their beards this long? How do they trim their hair? Why do some of them have short hair? Why is it not 7 feet long? I mean, we have
Yellow.
I mean, no vaccines.
Did you have a sense of hierarchy at all? Like
natural
the boss?
immunity.
Again,
Right,
there was
right,
just these
right,
two
right,
dominant
right.
guys. And
Yep, I agree.
like this
I
guy
agree.
and one
You
other
look
guy
like
looked
them. What's
almost
up,
like
John?
his brother.
I was going to say some of the South American tribes have access to medical herbs. Right, exactly, and we still do too. But the thing is, our education, because people developed medicines that we can make from crude oil. And the education system came up saying, you can have a medical license. This is the medical license. You're going to use the medicines we create to take care of the problems that we diagnose. If you try to tell people that you can use other things, you lose your medical license. And that's why people don't talk about health as in the same way. They only talk about health regarding to how they can help you. How the medicines that they have created, the portfolio that they have created. And yeah, it's absolutely wackadoo. I wouldn't think about visiting a place like that. I don't want to be their mess deal. Don't misgender them. They got no idea. Right? And they'd probably be a lot more physically healthy. I agree. Yeah.
This is incredible, Paul.
What are they? They're eating sugar cane.
You see the rope.
Yeah.
Some of that rope is.
Yeah, I can kind of tell who the bosses
Like
are.
pointing and stuff like that. Like, that's not socialized. That's human. Indigenous people don't grow body hair. Yeah, right. Why are we losing it? They ain't no bald people here.
But see, even that, as he's pointing, we're going, what are you pointing at?
They don't know what a boat is. Look, they're taking the fruit, but not the tool, not the boat. They don't even know what that is. They didn't grab the boat and pull the boat with them. Why did they just steal the boat? They don't know.
You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts.
You see as though they're rushing in, there's this desperation. They're hungry.
Is that in the water? Is that Rommel in the water?
In this particular video, it's a guy named Liner.
They're taking the ropes and everything.
They're fighting over it. It's not that we're all going to share it later. It's I get mine, you get yours.
Right,
so
right.
What does
yeah,
that,
right.
What does that mean?
They don't share.
But here they're
we try to extrapolate
now,
that to modern times, saying, "Oh, the haves and the have-nots. Nobody should be." But that's not natural. That's not natural for that. We push towards that. We try towards that. But they say, "No, you will pay to make it that way," and then it causes anger. Why do people get angry over being told what to do if it's against their human programming? It's interesting to see what they are. How do they cure severe? What up, Jack? Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how they'd react to a nuclear bomb. Probably the same way we would.
After we'd given them several boatloads of bananas, things did calm down. Rommel said to them, look, we've given you what we can give you. We gave you sugarcane. We gave you boatloads of plantains. And so then there came a time where things were a little more relaxed. They were walking around. At one point we had a great moment where we we'd given
is a
them
big
the
nose.
plantains, we'd given them the bananas, and he'd said, look, that's it. He said, we've given you what you asked for. You asked for bananas. We don't cut the trees here. All of us here are not tree cutters. We're indigenous people.
So they're killing the people that cut the trees. They're saying we don't cut the trees, so don't kill us. So so they know what they need to do to stay hidden from society.
He couldn't
and
explain
you
it.
wonder if in like the 1940s, if like people running away from the nuclear bomb, so we're like, hey, the whole world's going to go to shit, and those people were old. They're dead now, and these are their offspring, and it's so crazy to think about.
Who the hell we were, but they were like, we don't cut the
By
trees. We're not the
disintegrating?
loggers. And they're like, okay. So then at some point,
Disintegrating, right.
Ignacio
Well,
went
we
out and like sort of
we
like
don't know, we try it.
started.
How do they react to a nuclear bomb? By disintegrating, right? We won't know until we try and introduce them to ultra processed foods and make them addicted to. That's exactly right. Right. I remember this guy on Joe Rogan. I think I do too, actually. Here's your bananas. Now we've come to talk to you about cars extended warranty. That's
this,
funny.
and they'd go like this, and he like danced a little bit, they danced a little bit, and then there was this very human moment of just sort of joking.
So even Ignacio warmed up.
Once he realized it didn't seem like anyone was going to die that day, things did calm down. It was a false sense of security. Here, I'll show you. There's a couple more things that are relevant here, though. Yeah, this is just them interacting with the boat.
This is truly
like,
incredible.
look, how does this work? Now,
have boats. They don't have stone.
They're learning what this is. Now, if we go back in 20 years, will they have boats? So is this how information is passed on to humans? Is it that we're just a cycle and we just keep cycling? And as these people die off, these people grow up and they get the last parts of information and move into the next camp? It's crazy.
Tools, they don't.
Going places.
Imagine if you showed them ice. They wouldn't.
Ice. They have no idea. They've never seen snow. They have no idea what an ice cube is.
I mean, you hear Percy Fawcett encountering the tribes. We've heard of anecdotal accounts of the tribes. This is the first time that the tribes have been filmed, that we can hear their voices, that there's a documented interaction happening. I mean, now, look how comfortable he's getting. He's so close. They asked him for his shirt.
His shirt.
He gave his shirt. They asked him for his pants. He gave his pants. He was in his underwear.
Yep.
You see the shirt that's over his shoulder. Ignacio took off his Jungle Keeper's shirt and threw it to the anthropologist, and then the anthropologist walked it off and threw it to them. So over the shoulder of that uncontacted naked warrior is a Jungle Keeper shirt with the logo showing.
This was 1 month ago. So 3 months ago, your college professors would tell you that about the Sentinelese and say that the rest of the earth, and this is the problem. Scientists not talking like they should. They should put wonder in you. They should make you want to know what else is going on in the world, rather than saying, no, we figured it out, there ain't no God, everything's blah, 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 we're all from stars, rather than saying, we're not sure, but here's where we're at. Instead they're saying, yep, we figured it all out, just buy stuff. They don't trigger that in people. Imagine you were one of those natives and the guy pops up with a nose like that, right? They hide their coke.
So they're like their second shirt.
And you just upgraded that guy's status in the tribe.
Right.
He's going to be the new boss.
Right. So now the status symbols. Now they've got a shirt. Right? So now whoever has the shirt is the boss. And if the boss doesn't get the shirt, you die. I get that shirt. Now I'm the boss. Imagine how that works until the shirt disintegrates and over the years. That kind of educator is rare, right? Because they're not educators anymore. They teach you what, not how. And that's the problem. We need to offer them a pallet of soda. Yeah, he's definitely Arab, man.
With that shirt,
he's got a dope ass polo. Yeah. He didn't even have to order it.
Nope. Amazon
to the Amazon. Like the aftermath when things were calm, and then my sort of moment with this that really stuck with me was.
But notice the men,
Rommel
the warriors come out. So this is the thing. If this is their army.
And I said, "What?"
If this is their army, everybody's chilling at home, and then all of a sudden there's a disturbance. So the people that have been determined to be the protectors go out to find out what's going on. Where are the old and the young and the women? So how many? How many are there? Hundreds? Are there thousands? Right, so this is just the people that can die, not the young kids that would go there just because they're interested. Because if they die, they don't get older. But the old people can still have kids, so they send what's called, the military aged out there, and they did that naturally.
What are
I
they
wonder how
asking
much
him?
they-
I said,
I wonder how much they
He goes,
do
yeah, they're
know.
asking about
This
you,
is
and
caveman, like that.
I'm not
right,
tall,
right.
but
We won't know because we don't speak their language, right? So how do you communicate that? You would have to spend enough time with them to learn their language and then ask them about that, and then you'd have to be invited into their surroundings. And like the Sentinelese, we don't know because you show up, you die. They just put arrows in you. That's it. They don't know questions asked because probably 3,000 years ago or whatever, somebody showed up and said, hey, I wonder what's going on here. And then they got in and took the women and this and that or whatever. And they put an end to that, kicked everybody out. Think about, this is how immigration works. These people are trying to immigrate, even if it's just an immigration visa, they're trying to say, let me see what your land's all about, your rules, your everything. Here, you guys use shirts now. And it's absolutely crazy. The language.
Compared to the people in the village, I was a little bit taller and big shoulders. And they said, you look like a warrior. He said, could you come forward?
You look like a
He said,
warrior.
show them that you don't mean any harm. He said, show them your
ultimate
palms. And so he pulled me up
passport,
onto
bros.
the beach. And this was right before they left. But see, I hold up my hands, listen. And they sang back. Está cantando. They're singing. They raise their hands, I raise my hands. Wow.
How dare they culturally appropriate us, take our shirts and our styles.
And then we were left with watching them walk off the beach into the jungle with everything that we'd given them. And they were gone. And so we went downriver the next day, and the community said to us, okay, now you understand this is real. This is terrifying. You felt that fear. You have a duty, if you're going to protect this river, to protect us from them and to help us figure out what
against
future
them.
they
Yeah,
want.
do you
If they
remember that
want
movie
to come to
Caveman?
us,
Yes,
if they
yes,
want to learn
yes,
farming,
yes,
if they,
yes,
whatever
yes,
it is.
yes. I
You
think
know,
it was the
that's
80s
fine,
or
but they were
90s. I
like,
think it was
we
the
need
90s,
protection
wasn't it?
from you guys.
We'll look it up.
And then in this video in the beginning, I'm sort of narrating to the camera and walking around right as they're coming up the beach. But you see this guy right there in the blue shirt. That's George. And he was very friendly, very confident with this. He said, don't be scared. They're not going to hurt us. And the next day we went back to town.
And he was
a long journey back to town.
Gods
We
must
go
be
to sleep,
crazy.
we wake
Yes,
up
I
in the
remember
morning
that.
and we find out that
Where they
the-
beat each other with a Coke bottle. Yeah. Think about that too. Somebody threw a Coke bottle out of like an airplane while flying over, and they thought that was the gift from the gods. And so whoever had the Coke bottle would hit people with it. The gods must be crazy. Yes, absolutely. Call ice. Yeah, that was definitely a good one. Yep.
The following early morning, our friends in the community had said, okay, the tribe is gone. We gave them all the things they wanted. We gave them sugarcane, bananas. We said, please come back. You're welcome here anytime. And George was driving a boat, and there was people on the boat. And as they were going upriver, the tribe, 200 of the tribe ran out, surrounded the
200.
boat, and they started firing arrows. And everybody else could hit the deck and get under the benches and hide behind bags of rice. George was driving, and he was leaning back as he's driving. And he's driving as fast as he can, and one arrow came in just above his scapula and came out by his belly button. And so he had that 7-foot arrow tip
7 foot
through him. And so they pulled him out. And I saw the boat afterward, and there was just, horrific amounts of blood all over the boat. And he had to be medevaced out, and somehow he lived. And we were able to help getting him a helicopter, getting him evac, all this.
So they acted like friends. They got what they wanted, and then they tried to destroy you.
Again, you just go,
took an arrow to the nose.
these people came out of the jungle and they asked for bananas. We gave them bananas, and we, in every way possible, said we mean peace. We want friendship with you, and then the next day,
we still do that today. You have areas around the world, people that don't like you, that will act like they like you, will act like they accept your ways, and they'll get rich off of you, and then they'll try to kill you and take what you have.
They attacked.
Yes.
What do you think happened? Why do you think their mind turned? Or maybe this has to do with the role of violence in their society. Maybe it's so integrated into how they interact with the world.
So
that they don't even
when
see
when
that
they
as
were small, when you have a small group, they know that they've got to sing and play nice to get. That's human nature. They act how they want to act to become friends with you. Then they lure you into a trap. So it was what, 26 people, 22 people, and everything was good. We got bananas and we got everything. Then the next day they set a trap and 200 of them come out and just like no talking. They don't want anything anymore. They can get their own bananas. They can get their own. You're going to the stories that they tell around the campfire, whatever, that you're going to kill them. If they've even discovered fire yet. Which they probably haven't, because if they would have discovered fire, they probably would have been seen already, because smoke and replication. They don't have metal, so they're not smelting metals and whatnot. Those arrowheads are probably... Right. Yeah, right. And none of this, they don't teach any of this in school. They just teach you to let the whole world come around you and everybody's friendly. But human nature is not that way. And you can see that playing out here with Republicans and Democratic freaking wackadoos trying to say that everybody's great and it's okay. It's just part of their nature to do this, do that. And then they're like, let's kill everybody off and take over. Like bony tips.
I don't know what to make of it. And the only thing I can think is that
they tip them with, because they're not using rocks, right? So they're probably using splintered bone, because that shit is sharp, and then just stab that through or rub a freaking cane toad on it or whatever. Look, they've got 200 warriors. How many hundreds or how many thousands of them actually exist? And they exist in enough of a population to not be banging brothers and sisters and turning everybody into mush, right? So how many thousands? How big? They've got no clue. We've got no clue what's going on this planet. We just believe the people that tell us what they think they know. We know nothing. And it just seems to happen all the time. Why did the United States leave the UK, to leave Britain to start their own thing and to fight them off to say no? And why does that keep happening all around the world? It's just a cycle. It's human nature. And I think people understand human nature, so they know what the next cycle is going to be, and they can profit off of that knowledge. And they don't teach us that, so only the few, the elite, have that knowledge. So the more you know, the less happy you are. Or the better you can protect yourself and the happier you can be. Look, I think they try to teach vulnerability as a good thing. It's not a good thing to be vulnerable. Absolutely not. It'll get you dead and taken advantage of. So if you can protect your vulnerabilities, then you can at least set yourself up for an area to be safe and happy, rather than saying, let everybody take advantage of you because white people were bad in the past or whatever. Everybody was bad in the past. And this is a big problem. It's like, no, we have to love the people around us enough to protect them. I wonder what their lifespan is. Right. They didn't see any old people and no young people and no women. We'll still have feral humans in this country. Right.
The way they hid the women from us, you don't know, for them, maybe we're not allowed to see their women, or because the one thing that we got was that as George's boat and this other boat were going upriver, which is how they live. It's not like they were doing anything wrong. These people live in a community days into the Amazon. They were going fishing. And so they came around a bend, and I think they spooked the tribe.
People who go to Walmart.
The tribe might have just acted defensively and said, we don't know who this is. The motors could have set them off. We don't know. They shot him. And then the other thing is the thing with the necklace. I've asked anthropologists about this, and their answer was that at this point, they said, you know more than we do.
Right.
But
This
that.
is how scientists should be. Should be.
Yeah.
Instead of saying
Because
what they
two of them
theorize,
had the exact
he didn't
same
say, he
item
didn't
around
say
there.
the theory is this, and that. Because then when we heard that theory, we would think it like, oh, that's what they know about it. No, it was a theory somebody said, and then a million people watch this and think it as true. And that's the big problem. Look at that freaking necklace. Look at it. What does that mean? No idea. I got no idea. What is their face paint made out of?
Necks. And it seems to be a Brazil nut and then some sort of casing around the side. And it looked like animal teeth positioned in there. And it's like, what are you carrying? Are you carrying medicine? Are you carrying some sort of a totem? Are you? But both of them, and it's not a comfortable thing to wear around your neck.
Sure doesn't
you
look
know,
like it.
Grapefruit sized bigger.
Do you have a sense that that's a container, or is it just like a totem?
It seems like a container. They didn't let it get wet. They cared for it. The guy in this picture, so he's got this. This is a piece of tree fiber that he has it on, and then he's gotten his hands on Brazil nut sacks, plastic sacks from one of the farms across the river, and so they take. And one of them got a machete, and he was walking as they were leaving. Again, during that period where it got friendly, he was leaving, and he had the machete, and he was playing with the machete and like swinging it at butterflies. And one of my friends, this guy Bacho, he goes, déjame machete. He was like, drop the machete, and the guy just looked at him and was like, yeah, come and get it. It was like, yeah, you cross the river and see what happens.
Do you think he figured out, or they later figured out how to use a machete?
Oh, they know machete. They understand. Yeah, they do raids for machetes.
He's the king clam.
They understand the power of a sharpened metal.
Thanks it again, Tony.
It's a
Howdy line is
Excalibur
beer out,
sort
though,
of
right?
thing, But yeah, that one has stuck
So
with me.
they haven't made blades. They haven't made stone tools. They've gotten them from someone. They've gotten them from somewhere. They've shot people with arrows and then went through after their bodies were dead, pulled it off, pulled whatever off, and now they've got a few tools. So we always get knowledge and tools from people ahead of us. Have we just been looping and looping and looping? It's absolute insanity. It's absolute insanity. We don't know, and we're taught like we do. We're taught to trust what our teachers tell us, so that we'll trust what our leaders tell us. And everybody doesn't know what they're talking about. The same way you line up their hair on your groin, saving up the butt cheeks.
Because I go, what were they carrying in there?
So what are some of the questions? Like, if you can know everything you'd want to know about them. So maybe in the space of communication and language, that's really interesting. You mentioned that there's all kinds of calls, animal calls. So they obviously know how to fake animal calls.
Yeah, they can use animal calls with enough complexity that they can do basic commands. So they can speak in Capuchin. They use Tindamu calls. Some of our rangers were upriver a few months ago. This is long after this. This is recently. Just recently, they were upriver and they found a trail, let's say Nomole Trail, a Mashkopiro Trail, and it was Ignacio, of course. And he made there's like a secret whistle they do, this mouth, and he whistled out into the jungle, and he was listening, and they whistled back. And so him and everybody on the team just ran back to the boat and got out of there. But it was like, at least they answered. They didn't just shoot.
My favorite thing to do is learn. Understand that you haven't learned anything in school. You've been told topics. And after you get out of school is when education starts. Learn how things actually work. Learn how what you've learned is nothing. And then learn how your body works, learn how your surroundings work, and then you'll find interesting. And then that interest, solving problems and doing things that fulfill your interest, brings fun. At least that's for me. Yeah, learning is fun. Absolutely. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do.
They whistled.
Listen, when I realized that I didn't know nothing is when things got fun. I hated learning in school because they didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. They were trying to tell me how to do things to come to the result differently. If I needed to solve a math problem and I needed to show my work, but I could do it in my head and I was doing it differently, then I hated it. I was like, why? What is the use? This is stupid. I should be being educated faster than this. But you're in a class here and you have to understand that some people don't know as much as you do and they don't understand it as quickly. So then I've got to be slowed down in order, and that was a problem. So that was I couldn't make it past 11th grade because of that. So I was like, I need to, and then I thought, just like a lot of people do, that college is where it's at. So then after my first semester in college, I was like, no, this is all the same. They just didn't teach us enough in high school, so we'd want to pay for college because we know that we know nothing. We tell everybody we know something, but then we'll pick up the knowledge in college when we pay for it, and then you pay for it, and it's all the same. You get like another 2% more about each topic and it's just like, but still, there's a group of people that are learning at different rates, and they slow the entire class to the speed of the slowest person. So you have somebody, remember, they used to do different things like AP. People that were learning too much, they would put you in advanced placement classes. But if you were smarter than that, you were just stuck. If I recall correctly, I learn from class every day. Oh, that's good, brother. You are rebellious. I am, absolutely. Why aren't you? And this is the thing. A lot of people want to be rebellious, but they're going along with the group rebellion. I'm not. I'm against all groups. I think too many groups are led by dumb, uneducated people. So one person comes up with a theory on how they can change the world. Then they convince a bunch of people that also know nothing that's a better way. So you have a bunch of followers, but the leader is wrong in the first place. But because the leader is wrong, and all the followers think he's right, then the outside thinks that all of these people are right, and then you get more followers, and the leader's like, oh man, this got out of hand quick, I better fake it till I make it, and then everybody's all confused. Don't let schooling get in the way of your education. Exactly. What up, Borshell? Who thinks Vladimir is taking over? What's up, Kim? I ain't seen you in a while either. Wow, you and Borshell coming in here. I'm against. Yeah. Don't do that. I was the same. Maybe 11th grade, got my GED, chose to get a blue collar degree. Right, that's the way to do it. Bet on my own, shotgun in hand. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm also a rebel, honest and smart guy. Must be. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Hit that like button. Gabe Borshell coming in. Thank you. Hit that like button, guys. I'm a dishonest idiot. We are not the same. All right, let's see. Let's go.
Out. And he got out. But it's like, we don't know, where are the old people? Do they not survive?
Take the war. What happened?
What is the,
my God,
what are
take the war.
marriage
Horn?
Rituals? How is reproduction handled?
Usually B12's going strong.
There's 1 or 2 children in the Amazon that I know of who have, washed down river on a log and been rescued by communities and then raised, and they either learn the native dialect or Spanish, and then of course at some point somebody will go and say, what was it like when you lived with them? And the answer is always the same: I forget.
Yeah,
they don't talk about it.
Well, it's all freaking murder.
So maybe we know
I've been self-employed.
that they value secrecy.
That's good.
I mean, when you're afraid of the outside world, you don't.
Yes.
Part of that is
because they're rebelling against the status quo. They were rebelling against. Listen, Galileo was put in jail because he was trying to teach people how the universe worked. He said, "No, the sun doesn't go around the earth," and they said, "No, you're going to jail. You're going to die unless." And this is the same thing that happens now. They tell you some stupid ass shit like men can be women and women can be men, and they're gonna freaking, if you say, well, can you show me more data? They're like, you're a bigot. And they try to get the group against you. No. That's not the way it works. They're trying to change the way education is. They're completely doing it. They're completely overdoing it because some expert said, hey, we can make a lot of money off this if enough people believe this is true. Obviously, everything is illegal. Everything is illegal is good for you. What's up, Yogi? This guy sounds so yeah, he's scared to death, I believe. Are you talking about Lex? Yeah, he definitely. I think he's one of those guys that's either seen some serious shit or he had a very rough, like seen some serious stuff, and he's very, very. He thinks before every word. Like me, my mouth goes off before my brain catches up, and I think he's the opposite. I think he thinks before every syllable he takes. Not much, just chilling. Yes, I believe it was Russia. Russia or we'll look it up in a second. Let's look it up right now. Lex Friedman. Drexel University. Yep, USSR. Yep, USSR. Yep, USSR.
confidentiality. They all sign NDAs.
There's some really good NDAs.
You all need to take it with Vladimir.
It's understood. It's an NDA. You can't. There's no lawyers. There's only one way to execute the law.
Yeah, it's either a really strong NDA or that it is savage. That
Yeah,
they're
it's
living
gotta
out
be
there in the
savage.
jungle, and that you're eating monkeys and turtles, and you're hungry for days on end, and you know your wife might get stolen by another tribe.
Right.
Your baby might get stolen. You know,
Right.
I mean, imagine the
Right.
bot flies.
There's no slavery is the law. The strongest survive. And this is the thing that's so crazy. So think about Darwin going out and finding people like this and thinking, wow, I'm so educated and these people, so they've gotten to have something must have happened to make them get smarter to get to us. And then he makes theories and then finds little things to make it happen. And then Piltdown Man happens, and everybody thinks for freaking 90 or 100 years that we actually found the missing link between monkeys and humans, and then come to find out it was a fraud. And in 2016, they're like, nope, there's definitely a fraud. They put a monkey jaw on a human skull, and for 40 years, we've got people that have had full careers lying, saying that, oh yes, we evolved from monkeys. And this is the thing. This is an interesting thing. So they say that we're 98.5% genetically equivalent to monkeys. Chimpanzees. Here's the lie. They used to think that most of our DNA, 75% of it, was junk. So they only compared the top 5% of DNA that we and monkeys have. And then they said a lot of that was comparable. But when you compare both, now that we know the other 75% is not junk, but nobody gets caught up on that science. That because everybody published that first data. Of the 5% that we matched, the 5% of the DNA that we matched, that we compared with monkeys, it's 98.5%. But that's only of the 5% that was tested back then. Now, they used to think it was junk. So science evolves and we don't catch up because we already learned that in 1994 of a book that was written in 1989. So we're already years behind what the science said then, and we never catch up afterwards. And then people get into arguments on the internet, we are from monkeys, dude, chimpanzees, 98.5%, and they have no idea. Have you ever had, I've had a hard time imagining Lex actually thinking, why? You do have a hard time. He actually thinks AI knows the law. Pay enough attention. It's hard. You know what? It's hard rebelling against yourself. Yeah, brother, you have to. Until I don't rebel against myself anymore. I understand. Like, we're all upset often because we're trying to rebel against our human nature, because we're told our nature is different than what it is. We're told, like, even if you know you're a man, you're told you could be a woman tomorrow because frickin' you can go get a surgery and medicine, blah, blah, blah. They're just like, no, that we can give you a product if you're confused. So, no, very nice. Do you recall the last time you were on the edge of 17? On the edge of 17? Yep, when I was 16. We didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from the same ancestor as monkeys. And we can look at that too. So there was a lot of new data that just came out last year, 2025. We tried to do 80,000 generations of E. coli, and we can't. We can look at it after this. I'm gonna start going to other things, but there's a lot more data that came out. The common ancestor thing. We can look at that. Oh my God! Please pay attention. Hold on. I took off this class. Do you know what make human evolutionists? Do you know what would make humans so evolution when we could be evolutionists? Do you know what makes humans so evolution? We could make, dude, you're confusing the shit out of me. After 4 decades on this planet, I don't doubt that some people actually have monkeys as their ancestors.
And the things that they must put up with, it's just, I mean, what we experienced in 3 days of living out with modern camping gear and headlamps and a sense of direction, and they're doing none of that. You could put us out there naked, a very different story. So
yeah, the brutality of nature.
Yeah,
Werner Herzog comes to mind. That they have to live in that. Yeah. But there's something about the jungle that serves as a catalyst for spirituality. So they must also have a religious component, a spiritual component that probably unifies them. There must be an ideology they operate under.
There must be, and there's many things they must have. They must have a belief system. They probably have amazing origin stories. It would be amazing to know what things they have accurate.
Think about who their Jesus is. Like, so if one of these guys was out by himself and some other dude was out like monitoring what's going on and passed down some information on how they could be better as a tribe, and then this guy comes back and says, received information from the outside world, you know, it's so amazing. So amazing.
And inaccurately guessed about us, about the outside world, and they've never heard of the country they live in, or of World War II, or any of it. And so seeing them come across the beach was surreal because it's like this aperture into history.
That's all right, brother.
By the way, I mean, you do have a certain look, so you realize, like,
my mom's the proof.
Your face is carved in some wood somewhere.
Yep, Amazon's already doing that.
Gathering around. And like still singing about the great gringo, with
the full beard and the big nose. They probably drew this, like, he's got hair all over his face and a huge nose, and they tell their children.
And it could be anything. You could be like, to the children, they say, this is the monster you should be afraid of, or this could be the most beautiful encapsulation of the outside world, and it could be everything in between. You don't get to control the myths.
You don't get to control the myths. Yeah, God only knows, but I mean, it's
so interesting.
So now in that 130,000 acres that we have, we know, and this is what we sort of have to come out of the closet with this. Like, we are now protecting these people, and the only way to do that is to make sure that they're not contacted, let alone
thank you, Spencer,
that they don't get machine guns shot at them by the narcos, or that crazy, hippie gringos don't go down there thinking they're gonna, join the coolest commune on earth.
So how much of the land that they move about is within the 130,000 acres of rainforest they've been able to save, and how much of it is not? How much of it is in the extra 200,000 acres that you're trying to save?
Most of that 200,000 that we're still trying to protect is territory that is theirs. And in order, people always ask me, they're like, first, a lot of people ask, how could you buy the Amazon? They're like, that doesn't make sense. And it's like, well, bad news for you.
Right.
Somebody already owns it, and we have to buy it from them so that they don't log it. And so these landowners are going to sell their forest to the logging companies, because owning 10,000 acres of the Amazon doesn't help you if you're a third-generation jungle man.
Right.
And now it's just something that's up there and you live in the city. And so they're going to contract either the narcos or the loggers or the miners to go out there and use it, and they'll get a little money. And those people, when they see these people, will kill them. That's for sure. And shotguns and machine guns in the end will win.
Right.
Not to mention the germs.
So all the money you're trying to raise and all the land that you're trying to save, it's all towards that. Protecting the deep jungle. So when you buy up the jungle, you just want to let it be. Let the natural ecosystem come back to life in the cases when it was logged.
Or I think some political wackadoo thinks these people are the enemy. Like, oh, they're gonna get bigger, and they're going to end up killing the other loggers because you can't buy all the Amazon. So they're gonna keep having babies and growing and growing and growing, and it's gonna push up against progress.
Just flourish if it hasn't.
Again, we're talking about the last great.
Yeah, I can debunk it really.
I always called it
there's a lot of science to debunk
because
it.
this
We
place
know a lot
is
about so I'll say this real quick. Darwin has already debunked himself. Darwin said that if the cell was more complex than a gelatinous ball of protoplasm, because remember, Darwin didn't know anything about DNA or anything. That didn't happen until like the 1950s. So back in 1894, whenever it was, when he wrote that, he said that if it was more complex, like he thought cells were just balls of gel and that they could click together very easy, but he didn't know how. He even said if it was if the cell was more complex than that, my theory would not work. But people took the theory, and then with Piltdown Man in 1904, 1914, they said, here it is, so Darwin was right. And then all kinds of colleges started selling books about how Piltdown Man, and then it wasn't until 2016 that the forger that made Piltdown Man was proven to be a fraud. So for 100 years, almost 100 years, it was taught to hundreds of millions of people around the world as fact, and it was wrong. What did I see here? Someone said that he had emissions on the eye as well. What happened, Jim? Who did? Send ice to Amazon. Make Amazon America again.
Incredibly remote. And then the other question I always get is people say, well, why is this river so important? And for my whole career, my whole time, 20 years in the Amazon, it's been that it's massively intact forest. Places like the ancient forest where the trees have never been cut. So it's forest that's been growing since the dawn of time. And thousands of species can be on a single Shiwawako tree. And it's Avatar on Earth. It's you can see the sweat come off your skin and rain down and then drink
Only
it out of
as
the
far
river.
as
And you're
guidance.
part of the chemical,
Darwin.
physical
Right,
reality
right, Jim.
there.
Yes, sir.
And so it's one of the last places that's untouched. This changed everything because we realized that along with the butterflies and the monkeys and the jaguars and the trees and the ecosystem.
So the people that are outside of the schools making the education are so far ahead of the textbooks and the teachers that are teaching that education. This flipped everything on its head. So everything was wrong, but how long is it going to take to catch up? And how much can you profit off of that? How much? Because you people are going to believe that, and then the new generation of people are going to believe this, or how many years until this gets turned into it's part of the textbook, and then the people that are already 18 now have already learned all that, and the college books that they're studying have already been written and printed before this new data came out, right? And it's so. And then you have another 10 more years of argumentation of people on the internet saying, no, that's not right because this, and that's not right. No, I learned this in school. I paid $80,000 to learn that, blah, blah, blah. Do you think these guys actually believe it, or they wanted to break through their careers? I think that's what all of them do. I think that's why so many people have a theory and they state it as fact to become famous. Like, I've created life in the lab. No one's even gotten close. They changed the definition of life. Like, there's sugars in life, so if I can discover a sugar or make a sugar, then I can say I've made one of the, and then they say it like, oh, but no one's even gotten close. No one's even made RNA. And RNA, when you're making it chemically, you only have 4 hours to complete it from when you make the polypeptides before the nucleotides are connected, or else it disintegrates. So you don't have millions of years. You have 4 hours. Share each other's burdens in this way. The boy law of Christ, Galatians 6:2. Thank you, Spencer, brother. Most academic societies want to trick people. Right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's a scam. If they can convince you of something, and then you teach 100 kids that, and those 100 kids become teachers and teach 100,000 kids that, and they're buying your books because you're the one that started the theory. So now you just created a customer base, and you created your own religion. Yes, Robert, I remember you, brother. How are you? Welcome back.
There's also a human culture that will, in the next few years, cease to exist, that will be exterminated if we don't protect them. And when you look back at what happened to indigenous cultures all over the world over the past few centuries, that they've been wiped out, we collectively now, because we know this, have a chance to undo all of the injustices that happened in the past by at least doing one right, by saying these people want one thing, to just be left alone.
But how long is that true? If they get to the point where they can start invading in order to take over more land. So think about this protected area that's been bought, the 250,000 acres. That becomes more and more and more and more dense and more and more dense. They make more and more babies, more and more warriors, and they're right up against the other side of the train tracks, which is modern civilization. And they want to go in there because they got cars or whatever. Maybe I want to go get that. Well, you're dead because there's no law like that, no constitutional law. And so it's only true for now.
Imagine if we
Doing
just
good? All right, brother.
protected
Just
the
like,
river.
yeah. Just like how ideology spread.
This thing that's
go with the
vanishing
past.
from reality, but
We're
they get
ready
to
out of
continue
life, they
living
get
that
silver
way.
lights, so they
And then if they want to come out and
Cradle
contact us,
making
great. And if they want to continue living like this for the next 10,000 years, they can. And that's what we're working with now. It's become so much more important than just, we're trying to protect the environment. It's like, no, we're trying to protect, things like Yellowstone and Yosemite and the sequoias occur nowhere else on Earth. You protect the things that are unique and special, the crown jewels, and in both a biological way and as well as a anthropocentric way. This has now become a river with global historic significance because this story is going to play out in the next 18 months.
So I think that this is going to be like the seed bank. This is the humans on Earth that haven't been touched by this psychotic experiment of over medication and whatnot. So if we kill ourselves off because we try to take medicines that destroy our DNA, these are the people that are going to spend the next 10,000 years repopulating the earth. They're going to come out the same cradle, the same fertile structure that they came out of. And it's just going to happen over and over again. The true bloods. Right. All right. So uncommon. So I want to show you something here. So we've found, science people, us humans have found a parasite that's in cat poop that destroys rational thought. So you see a lot of people that don't seem to understand truth when it's put in front of their eyes, and they're rabid about it. Why? Why are they so rabid? Well, it's possible that this parasite, Toxoplasmosis gondii, infects almost 80% of the population, and it can turn off rational thought. Toxoplasmosis gondii and rational thought. Toxoplasmosis gondii, infecting billions worldwide with latent infections, can undermine rational decision making, such as increased impulsivity, risk taken, decreased cognitive functions. So people that are throwing their lives away because things politicians say, they get so over because they can't think, why might this be bad for me? They have a parasite that turns off rational thought, and I think we're going to find a lot of that. Cognitive dissonance is normally the case, or plain stupidity, right? But now there's an off-ramp. The people that have acted out with so much impulsivity now have an off-ramp. They can say, oh my God, I'm sorry I did this. I had a parasite. Like you get all the people that are like racist online, and they'll be like, I'm autistic, like they use it. So this is an off-ramp, an excuse. If you want to know about the real world, play a game called Real Politics. If you want to understand the universe, play a game called Stellaris. Stellaris is a good game. That means 80% of us in the message thread have parasites right now. Yeah, think about it. If you have a cat, you probably do. If you've not, there are natural anti-parasitics, but we're told not to eat them, like watermelon seeds, pumpkin seeds. We eat pumpkin seeds, but a lot of the seeds, they got cyanide in them, right? But you'll take cyanocobalamin, and you'll drink B12 that's got cyanide in it. And these things can kill parasites in you and not kill you. But think we do this in medicine. When you have cancer, they poison the dog piss out of you in order to kill the cancer. They give you chemotherapy, get you so close to death that if the parasites or cancers die and you stay alive, then it was successful. But they tell you not to do it on your own. And it's crazy, like artificial flavorings, like garlic. Garlic bulb is a great anti-parasitic. But we eat foods that don't have natural garlic flavor. They have artificial garlic flavor. Well, that's got the terpenes, I believe it's called, in them that taste like garlic, but they're not anti-parasitics. So a lot of the foods that we would have naturally eaten that would have taken care of our parasitic load, they're gone now. We're eating all this bull crap that won't take care of it. And then now you got a bunch of people that are irrational. Learn the fundamental psychology biases, and you'll understand why people are so dumb. I agree with you there 100%. I also think that they're absolutely, this is so obvious. So Toxoplasmosis gondii, right? And then how do I get a Toxoplasmosis gondii infection? It's acquired by ingesting a parasite, most commonly through undercooked raw pork, meat, pork, lamb, venison, consuming food or water contaminated with it, cat feces, accidental hand-to-mouth contact with contaminated cat soil or litter. So if you're like, they tell pregnant women not to change their cat litter. That's why, because of this parasite. So how much do you change your cat litter? And what if a little freaking cat turd touches your elbow and you wash your hands, but your elbow doesn't get clean? Then you put your hands on the table when you eat, and then then your hand touches it, and then you eat something. So yeah, it's absolutely crazy. But yeah, so if that only happened once, probably wouldn't get it. But if you've done it 1,000 times, what do you think about those guys reviving extinct animals with gene splicing and combining genes with current animals? They're apparently just got dire wolves now. Yeah, that's some crazy shit. I mean, it looks like it's happening, but here's a big thing: you can edit these things using CRISPR to edit the genes. They're not really making dire wolves. They have dogs that are very, very close to dire wolves, and the hair producing genes are being spliced in so the fur and stuff looks like that. But let's take a look, because I haven't looked really into it in like about a year. Yeah, quotation marks, right? Blah. My least favorite bunch group is this group. My least favorite bunch is in group and out group bias. The parasite is terrible. People should stop licking their cats' bottoms. Right? Some people love it, dude. Think about it. Some people they love their cats. Their cats are licking. They got their cats licking each other's buttholes. Dogs eat cat turds, then lick mama on the mouth. And then daddy and mama make sweet loving, and it's just a lot of things that are called genetics, like why you're fat and your mom's fat and your dad's fat, or your mom's stupid, you're stupid, your dad's stupid, might not be genetics. It might be because you all have the same pets, you eat the same foods, and you share the same parasites. But they try to say, no, it's just genetics. Okay, but what caused the genetic change? What's causing the expression of those genes? Cat licks its own bottom, then it does a rubbing thing on your hand, and then you lick off your hands. Right, dude, they scrape over their own poop, and they knead on you. Like, they're like, kneading dough. What up, Professor Adams? Doing good, my brethren. Okay, what was I just looking at? Something. Oh, dire wolves. The dire wolf DNA experiment. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can find a video about it. I have to look at scientists. Okay.
You might have seen this all over the news. Scientists at Colossal Biosciences.
I got no idea, so we'll look into this. We'll see what the propaganda stuff looks like, then we'll dig in.
Announced they had brought back the ancient direwolf after 10,000 years of extinction, and as a result, adorable videos of these three wolf pups, Romulus, Remus, and Khaleesi, have been all over the internet. If you're like me, you're probably thinking that we might finally be able to get our hands on our very own direwolf. But unfortunately, as it often is in the world of science breakthroughs, it's not quite that simple. These so-called direwolves were created by extracting DNA from a 72,000-year-old direwolf inner ear bone and a 13,000-year-old direwolf tooth. By analyzing them, scientists were able to sequence more of the direwolf genome than ever before, and using this they identified key genetic differences between direwolves and modern grey wolves, the direwolf's closest living relative. Then with cells extracted from a grey wolf, they used CRISPR to edit 14 different genes at 20 different sites in order to express specific traits that are characteristic to direwolves, such as larger body size and distinct fur colour. These edited genomes were then implanted into a grey wolf egg cell and were carried by domestic dog surrogates, resulting in the birth of the three pups, which is an incredible feat, but one that internet nerds are slightly up in arms about as to if these are in fact real direwolves. The grey wolf and the direwolf diverged as
all the marketing behind it. They did a bunch of shit. They played around with a bunch of stuff. They said, we're making direwolves. Give us $10,000 and you can get put on a waiting list. But it's risky. It might not happen. People are like, oh, well, I got $10,000. And it's the same thing with AI taking over the world. People don't understand the costs involved with running an AI secretary. $40,000 to $80,000 a year just in power costs. So it ain't cost effective to replace your secretary with an AI, and this is the marketing that people don't understand. That what's being told us and what's true are two different things. What up, EnviroPro? All right, sorry.
Species roughly 5.7 million years ago, which for context is a similar time frame to when chimpanzees and bonobos split. The two species would likely have millions of differences to their genomes, so ultimately it's a big stretch to say only 20 changes to the grey wolf's genome, no matter how selective, could create a direwolf. So here we're kind of arguing over the definition of de-extinction. Through selective breeding and genetic engineering, can we create a species that closely resembles their ancient counterparts? Yes. Is it a perfect genetic copy? No. But when we find genetic material, we usually find fragments. Finding a complete genetic map of an extinct species might just be impossible. So this may be as close as we ever can actually get. And obviously that isn't to take away from the fact that the work behind this announcement is an amazing feat of genetic engineering. But it's not quite bringing back an actual species from extinction, more like a wolf in direwolf's clothing. If you like science and spitting on the...
So when these little pups grow up and get it on, what their baby's going to be like? Are they going to be sterile? Are they can they reproduce? And if they reproduce, will they just have another gray wolf? Probably, because DNA is very good at repairing itself. So during reproduction, they have no idea what the sperm's like, because the area of the DNA that has to do with sperm production was not copied from the dire wolf into the gray wolf's DNA. So it'll probably just have another gray wolf. And so then you'll have to buy another $10,000 or more, $100,000 gray wolf. So, Kim Kardashian can get them and be like, look, I got dire wolves. Then when he dies, she's got to buy more dire wolves. But there won't be a dire wolf breeding facility. While the woolly mammoth is currently extinct, scientists are using CRISPR gene editing technology to create a mammoth-like elephant hybrid that could be born as early as 2028. I'm sure. I just went over CRISPR a little bit. But yes, sir. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But this stuff's amazing. But we can't, and somebody was talking about something earlier about the common ancestor. And I want to show you something. So current scientists are talking about current research scientists are going over the science books that their children are reading, AP biology science books. And it talks about the common ancestor. And he talks about how it says it like it's true. But then he says why it's not true, because no one knows. No one was there. We don't have the DNA to compare to something, and we don't see any DNA changes. We've never seen cross species ever. Anything that was born a chicken ends up being a chicken. It might have bigger feathers, bigger beak, but it's still a chicken. It doesn't get close to being a snake. And this all started because the junk DNA problem. Scientists as early as like 20, 30 years ago thought that 75% of the DNA was just structure, just scaffolding, support. And come to find out it's not. So when they were comparing species, they were only comparing about 5% of the whole DNA structure. So that's why they thought that humans and chimps were only 1.5% different. But that's 5% of the DNA compared between the two. There's only a 1.5% difference. But there's a freaking way crap ton difference between the whole thing. Woolly mice were pretty crazy. I wouldn't the irony is we're all yes. It's just guesses. But they're just like a car salesman that tells you how long the car will work. Like his car will run 700,000 miles. He's got no idea. He goes by history, how other cars act like that, or what you want to hear. All right? No, honey, I didn't cheat on you. I asked the doctors to edit the baby's genes. That's why he's 7'2" and Asian. Yeah. Okay, so woolly mammoth. Woolly mammoth CRISPR. De-extinction. Okay. Woolly mice. All right, let's look at both of these.
That is a woolly mouse,
wow.
A new kind of mouse created using gene editing to give it woolly mammoth-like traits. The reason that they're doing this is they want to try to bring back the woolly mammoth, but they're not literally cloning or resurrecting it. Instead, they're trying to edit existing animals' genes to make them look more like a woolly mammoth.
I want to say something real quick. We have all the DNA. We can get the dire wolf DNA. Why can't we just inject that into a gray wolf's? Because it would reject it. So we can't do what they're saying we can do. Like it's they're tricking you. They're being deceptive in advertising and marketing, and deceptive in what the technology can do. You don't need to read the whole DNA to rewrite the whole DNA. You already have the whole DNA. Why can't you just make it happen? Because that's not the way life works.
They plan to do this with Asian elephants, their closest living relative. And along the way, they created...
I talked about that just a few minutes ago before you came in. Piltdown Man, absolutely. And the tens of millions of people that learned from 1904 to 2016 that it was true. You have people with 40-year careers that taught that. They were professors, PhDs that were teaching the whole that whole Darwin thing. Everything was true because of Piltdown Man. And one dude scam blew science up. Yeah, absolutely. We'll look that up in a second.
Woolly mouse by analyzing preserved DNA from woolly mammoths to pinpoint genes that made them suited for colder weather, and then looking for similar genes in mice. Using gene editing tools like CRISPR, scientists edited 7 mice genes all at once, and the mice turned out with these thicker, wavier coats and a slower metabolism. They didn't insert any new genes into the mice. They just combined a bunch of genetic changes that they'd seen in individual mice into a single mouse. We have an unbelievable story coming out about gene editing, so if you're interested...
All right, let's see. Okay. The Piltdown Scam. Hey, Zach D's got it one on this, that's saying.
He took the pieces of bone and stained them darker and filed down ape teeth to make them look worn. You see, some say the man wanted to become a famous scientist, so he buried the pieces next to some animal bones. And when he dug them back up, he claimed he had found the missing link between humans and apes. Now, he was praised for his work, but decades later, scientists discovered the skull pieces were from a modern human, while the jaw was taken from an orangutan, and they realized that it was nothing more than just a hoax.
So that was in 1953, but it wasn't until 2016. Piltdown 2016 exposed. Piltdown man was a fraud. 1912 to 2016. Even though it was a hoax demonstrated in 1953, why did it take them to do a scientific review? They only did the review in 2016. So they let the science that was published in those 40-some years go on until 2016 because they profit off of everything. Everything. That's not theory. That's hypothesis. That's correct. Sorry. Yes, I believe the skull. Yep. It's all crap. It's all crap. And it costs so much. So the reason, my thought also, he has a show. He's up there. There you go. Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that, okay, let's see this. Evolution hoaxes. Okay, top 10 prop evolution. I hope there's a video about this. Let's see if there's a video. We'll go over it if there's not.
This one was not only perpetuated just by the misleading analogy, but it was also perpetuated by a real hoax. Ernst Haeckel, who was an evolutionary biologist in Germany at the time, he faked drawings of pigs going through these stages and chickens going through these stages and humans going through these stages so that the drawings looked much more similar at those stages.
So the thing is, people wanting to be famous is nothing new. And because people don't replicate the science, there's not double blind, no taking the bias out. There's not that's not existent. So this is low quality, low confidence evidence that everybody just believes because then they can say, "Oh, I saw this too, and I've given him credence. So let's do a book together. Let's do a book tour."
Than
together.
They really were in real life, and those drawings persisted at least up until 1992 in textbooks because when I went to medical school, Haeckel's drawings were in my developmental biology text.
Right.
And in the 1990s.
In 1992, why hasn't somebody else redid his, but and did you replace the drawings with photographs at those stages? We breed animals for slaughter for food, so we've got them at all stages.
A whole series of articles came out which showed that Haeckel
reject science and take vitamins.
these drawings.
I'm not saying reject science. I'm saying learn science and keep an open mind. People that say that something's not true because they haven't read the arguments, there's always arguments for and against. People that are there to deceive will use science to deceive because people don't know science. They don't know. They don't look at the evidence. They read the headlines and they're like, wow, it just went through 6 colleges, 6 universities. I like to think most people might have a sharp eye as well. Yes, that's right. Before reading esoteric philosophy, what was your outlook on life? Or I guess should I ask how you narrate affect your years when you weren't as aware? I was a scientist atheist. Absolutely. You guys are reading freaking fairy tales. Yeah, go ahead. Blah, blah, blah. That was me. I was an asshole. I absolutely, and it was science that led me to it. It wasn't philosophy. It was absolutely like me trying to figure out how the body worked, me finding out why I was sick all the time, finding out how cellular biology worked, and moving over into chemistry and looking up chemical evolution. And that's where everything falls apart. People talk about how this turned into this, but how did the cell arrive on this planet? And that's where it all falls apart. And then you realize that everything happened at once and nothing new has been developed after humans got here. And oddly enough, the Bible says on the first 6 days was when everything was created. And we might think of a day as a day, and we don't know. We don't know if a day in the Bible is considered to be a human day or what. After that, there was humans. So all the animals and all the kinds that were put on the planet. So that makes sense. And you know what? Actually, I think I can find a video about that. Everybody's got to be talking about it. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, dang it. Let's see. History. There you go. This is the same thing.
Parents bought our family a big, thick book on evolutionary biology. I told my parents, Mom, Dad, the numbers don't add up. We have all this life appearing before humanity and not much happening after humanity. It was at age 17 when I picked up the Bible and began to go through it. I said, this answers the fossil record enigma. For 6 days, God creates. That explains all the phyla, classes, and orders that are appearing before humanity. On the seventh day, God stops creating. That explains why we see no phyla, orders, or classes appearing during the human era. So that was a huge, breakthrough for me, realizing, hey, the Bible's the one that gives the answer for why the fossil record looks the way it does.
Right. So it's not like we should look to the Bible for science. We should look. We can look for it, and it says to go learn, discover your world, and you can find out how it was done. And you've got a framework to build information off of. And we still get to that information without having to. We may have to say, okay, we don't know what the 6 days represent because people say back in the day, and we just think of it as 24 hours. Like we know what the Cambrian explosion is when all the fossils showed up on Earth, and it happened at one main time, and then we showed up after that, and we don't see new, like we don't have an explosion. There's not new freaking giraffes with freaking wings and freaking Cheetos in their hand walking out of the forest. But yeah, learning that there's a whole other conversation happening that we're not privy to. It's all out there. It's all out there. There's all kinds of great information that's out there on the other side. Like when you start to realize that everything's bullshit, everything we've been taught is only a 75th of the story, and we're not told, well, this isn't actually true. It's just it's how we can write a curriculum to get the least amount of knowledge to the most people, because they're trying to teach people of all different wackadoos at the same time. And I understand that, but the problem is they're being deceitful on purpose. Like they know things have been lies since the 50s. And they don't they've known it, they've absolutely known it, and they haven't tried to correct it because it's too profitable. And then you don't want to have to say, like when people say other things, like men can be women and women can be men, like, wow, the scientists figured that out. Wow, I always wondered why you were, it's just like, what are you freaking kids doing? Biology is hugely connected to my opinion. Yeah, no, it is. Actually, let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this. Chemical Evolution, Dr. James Tour. Let's see what this is. I have no idea. Let's see.
Stance on like the theory of evolution.
As far as the theory of evolution, it is a theory,
We certainly see microevolution, small changes. We see it all the time in my own lab. We work a lot with bacteria. And you see small perturbations in DNA. You have epigenetics where there's external things that causes changes in us. You know, every time we get a new virus, it can change our DNA, and that gets passed on to our children. In my lab, every time we had a bacterial cell, it remains as a bacterium. Every time we had a mouse, it remained as a mouse. I think there's a big extrapolation to having gross changes in organisms. Body plan changes are much harder for me to understand the chemical changes that come about. So what I do is I ask my biochemist friends, explain to me how you get massive body plan changes through the theory of evolution. And they will say one small change at a time. I say, okay, now let's get rid of the just so stories and explain to me the chemistry on how that can begin to take place. And none of them will answer me. And remember, no answer is an answer in itself.
Dr. Fauci lookalike. What up, Katra? Yes. So it's like there are people out there that are pushing back. They're not being put on MSNBC and Fox News and stuff. But there are people that are doing brilliant research, absolutely, and they're saying you guys are just lying to everybody. Tell me how this can be done. And they're like, well, I'm not a chemist. And they're like, okay, so you're a biologist. So what you know from what you've learned in biology is evolution can be true. But how does it work? How does it happen at a chemical level? I would refer you to, hey guys, what's going on? Dr. James Torch here. Anybody, you guys want to go out for drinks? And they just deflect. Atheists and agnostics aren't the ones I vibe with because I can't relate to the reality, so I can't be really close with someone that just doesn't dislike them. So this is my problem. My problem is scientist atheists aren't true. They're not real people. Scientists should be agnostic because they should be thinking we don't have proof yet because they haven't gotten to that yet, even though there's a lot more evidence for us being created than against. And a lot of the stuff that they repeat is the same old things like when they're about to find out you don't know what you're talking about, say this. And that's just like politics. And it's crazy. I say if your wallet is crying, what happens if your wallet's crying? I would love for this to be a term studied so we can either understand science. It's been studied. Look, the science is there. They've been doing it for decades. And it's published. It's just not made popular. And that's what that guy's doing. James Torr. He's trying to do it from the actual chemical level. Here, let me show you something from him. He's actually pretty good. All right, I don't know if I.
Wave of a hand. I mean, how much chemistry has to take place to have a body plan change like that?
Welcome to biology, Jim.
Yeah, biology infuriates me.
Yeah, it should. Look, my father was a chemist.
All right, you should have followed in his footsteps.
I know exactly how you feel because I used to hear it all the time. Biology is different. It does other things that chemistry doesn't do. What standard biologists would say is, yeah, evolution. Evolution doesn't occur anywhere else except in biology. So, that does it. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's not the whole story. There's so many things in biology that do not make sense to a chemist or a physicist.
Think about the chemistry, the chemical changes that are needed to have a body plan change of an invertebrate to a vertebrate. And how do you rationalize that and explain it? And you want us to somehow be somewhat accepting of this. It just seems kind of odd that you would do that. Because to me, it seems like you're being just like many biologists that I know. They tell a just so story, and then I point something out. It couldn't have happened this way. And then all of a sudden, they have a new just so story that in a nanosecond, they've come up with, which tells me there's very little basis behind any of your just so stories.
Right. Well, this is my point, Zara, is that there's good people and bad people. It doesn't matter what your other categories are, right? There's people that are good and there's people that are bad. And the problem is we've got a lot of bad people in positions of power and education. They don't care. If you're a scientist and you believe the Bible, you ran out of brain cells. Or you haven't learned enough yet, Ogie, what we eat. I prefer environmental adaptation over evolution. Right. And I did too. And I still think that's a big thing. And that's why, and that makes sense with chemistry. The ultimate thing is biologists don't do what's called, they don't go back to creation. They don't go to how did the chemistry happen? We've got a lab with all the instruments and everything. This lab equipment did not exist at the beginning of time. And we can keep things ultra pure, ultra hot, ultra cold. We can warm things and distill things. None of that can happen in a puddle. None of it can happen in a puddle. And we can't even get close. It's crazy. And they're super sweet atheists too. Aren't you going to hang out, watch Netflix every day? He has a creepy face. He does. I think connecting religion and science together takes quite a bit of intellect. That's the problem. It takes even more intellect. It takes even more intellect to connect the two. The problem is when people throw it away. He hasn't read it, obviously. But we're told by people that we trust to give us the truth that the Bible is fairy tales, evolution is fact. Just look at the Piltdown Man. And then we find out, well, that's all crap. And they're like, well, it's still true. We only have 50 or more years to live, so I don't focus on don't like me. Right, yeah. It all leads to a vine. Right. Something had to start it. And even when you look at the sperm egg zinc light, like why would evolution waste the energy creating light inside of a woman's reproductive tract unless at some point we'd see it and it's like an Easter egg? You know what I'm saying? Evolution and environmental evolution both make sense to me. I think nature's Calvin balance. Right. But what started the evolution is the whole thing. We don't see, we've got no proof. We've only got people talking about it. We've got no proof for evolution, for body plan evolution, turning from a snake into a freaking human. We've got zero evidence. It's just talk. It's just talk. And then when you try, now that we can see the DNA and it's cheap to view, decode DNA, we're seeing, okay, but all the history books, science books, they've already, biology books and science books have already been written that we learned the incorrect science from, and when we leave school, we don't say what's changed since the book that you read that was written in 1996. What's changed since then? A lot. I don't watch the news. Yeah, I don't either. Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. I haven't read all the Bible. It doesn't mean no. Right. I'm not currently very religious. However, just telling someone to connect with science. Right. The interesting thing about the Bible is it teaches you how to learn, like how you should be interacting with your environment and the people in your environment. There's a reason almost like 80% of all chemistry Nobel Prizes are from people that are religious. Because they're trying to see how it was done from the aspect of somebody did it so we can figure out how. I used to feel the Spirit of God at this huge gospel concert, and I saw the Deftones. It turned out I like concerts. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger evolved from Barney the dinosaur. I was in special ed in high school, and I'm not even joking. It's all right. I do believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah, but everybody knows this. So Bedrock, we know Jesus existed from outside of the Bible. We know from Roman documents when they put him to death. If there's anything we can definitely prove is that he existed and that he died on the cross, without using religious texts. Great deduction. I couldn't pass the graduating qualifying. Hey, what up, quackers? I couldn't pay attention to save my life. Yeah, I used to be there. Let's see. Outside biblical knowledge for Jesus.
So Pliny the Younger, writing about AD 112, he was the Roman governor of Bithynia, and he wrote a letter to the Emperor Trajan, and he writes, they declared that the sum of their guilt or their error amounted only to this, that on a stated day they had been accustomed to meet before daybreak to recite a hymn among themselves to Christ as though he were a god. And so Pliny's letter reveals that Christ was a real figure, a historical figure. And it's interesting to note that that Trajan responds by saying you're not to hunt out the Christians, but if they will not curse Christ, then and they're going to continue to worship him as a god, then you need to prosecute them at that time.
Yeah, I think the amazing thing about these witnesses is the extraordinary little details that are found in their descriptions. Like they met on a certain day of the week, they worshiped him as God. Like, those things are just speak of such authenticity, Brian,
Right, and they weren't Christians. They
out.
thought Jesus was just some dude. But this is the thing that they don't teach you in schools. They don't teach you all of this stuff outside of the Bible because we just teach you the Bible. It's faster. Just teach you the Bible stories. If you want, you go outside and say, well, what makes this true? Did Jesus exist? And this is just one thing. There's probably a bunch more. 9 sources, let's see.
There's no reason for him to account for a made-up guy if Jesus didn't exist. And then you have a Roman historian, Tacitus, who records Jesus, and it's important to document that those sources, Christian and non-Christian, document Jesus not only existing, but being crucified and crucified under Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, Tacitus actually, and he had elite Roman education too. So they were, in that time period, they had very good education. That's something that's prioritized for the more wealthy people. And he wrote in Annals 1544, Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. And so, like you said, that's an enemy of the cross. That wasn't a Christian. That was from the enemy side. And Bart Ehrman kind of backs it up. He just mentions Tacitus's account as one of his main reasons why he believes in the historical.
Right. So Bart Ehrman is an agnostic historian, not a Christian, not a Jew, not a Muslim, and he's a good guy to look into his data and science on why. Other things like this, like if you want to actually see scans of the documents and the carvings that talk about this freaking dude that's causing us trouble, Jesus of Nazareth, and these people, if they don't denounce him, they're going to die, and this is their court dates, and this and that. So there's all of this extra, like outside of the Bible, outside of Christianity, data for Jesus having existed and what he did. So people try to disprove it all the time. Hey, thank you, fish stick, brother. High five. Bam. But yeah, and this is the thing. There's all this, but people think school is how you get educated, and it's not. It's what you do after and outside of school that makes you realize it, because it gives diplomatic developing minds to choose what to believe and say and experience in reality. The Gospel of Thomas is the most dense work about Jesus' teaching. Christianity calls it non-canon. Right. So just because it's non-canon doesn't mean it's not true, right? And that's a big thing too. But if there's not backing up evidence, we have 300,000 pieces of literature inside and outside of Christianity and other religions and Astrozorianism at the time and whatnot that collaborate this data.
Figure of Jesus Christ. And so also there's a lot of Jewish sources. So do you want to dive a little deeper into Josephus? Like what's something you would look at by Josephus? And I've done a little bit of study on his work, but not too deep. If somebody were to say, like, what did Josephus write that makes you think he believed Jesus Christ was a historical figure?
Well, obviously he wouldn't call him the Christ, because that would be, that's just the Greek version of the Hebrew word Messiah. And if he believed Jesus was the Messiah or the Christ, then he wouldn't be Jewish. And but he did write an account that Jesus was crucified and under Pontius Pilate, just like you have in Tacitus. So I think anybody that's going to deny the existence of Jesus Christ, you'd have to give an account for why are there 4 independent testimonies within the Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Then you'd have to give an account for Tacitus, who has absolutely no reason to write about a lowly Jewish man from their perspective. And from Josephus, there's no reason he would want to give an account for somebody that's claiming to be the false Messiah.
Yeah, honestly, why even address it?
Right, especially because it used to be very expensive resource-wise to document things. You couldn't just grab a piece of printer paper and a pencil. You had to carve stuff or kill animals, dry the skin, make inks and whatnot. So you couldn't, it wasn't just like, today Jimmy said I was cute. You didn't have freaking that kind of stuff. Only information that was important at the times of these eras were documented. And if you were going to put somebody to death, you documented it, just like we do now. My brain read Thomas, and I thought, no, so Winona's Big Brown Beaver is a song by Primus. I definitely look at DNA evidence as well. It's God doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, there's DNA evidence now. Now, like just not so long ago, a couple years ago, we just did sequenced the DNA from the blood brought off the Shroud of Turin, and that's something that's very interesting to look at. Council of Nicaea. Collated the modern Bible. Yep. Right. But we also have pre-Nicaea Bibles. So he basically when it happened, they came together for like I think it was like a year or two, and they said bring everything, all the Bibles you're reading. What weren't really called Bibles at the time, but anyway, they brought all the data together, and then they said, what's a duplicate, what's not? This talks about this already, so we don't need to duplicate this and that and here. And you can still get pre-Nicaea Bibles and literature. So that's the stuff you start looking at. DNA is the most, right. Well, so the Word, when he says he's the Word, everything that the Word that we can define, it seems like they're talking about DNA, because DNA is considered the longest word in human in existence. And sorry, I'm still on evolution. That's all right, brother. I was on it for years and years and years. I respect the respect. Intelligence is godly quality to me. Digital education needs to be pissed on because I need physical assignments when possible. Otherwise, I get distracted in the screen. And listen, I think there's a huge problem with digital. I learn more when I read off of paper and when I write down on paper, like the vibrations of the scraping of the pencil or pen onto the paper. If I want to remember something, typing it in doesn't do it for me. It just doesn't. Mental strength is knowing nobody can hypnotize you or believe in your views other than God. Yeah, I've already gone past that point. I was already a non-believer for too long. It took me decades, and then the convincing evidence to me was just. It was just overwhelming. It was just like, okay. All right. So then I started changing my perspective. Like, okay, we were created. Now, what's up with this religion stuff? And then as I started to look into it more, I started to go towards the strict scientific, mathematic reasons for existence. And most people say, how can I tell this dude on the internet that God ain't real? And then you'll get a bunch of stuff. But it depends how you ask the question. If you ask, what's good evidence to tell this person that God is real? And if you ask all the chat GPTs and stuff like that, if you say, is God real? It won't say no. You know, I just downloaded a book. I don't know. You think the all-knowing oracle of AI would be able to tell you, Zara, this is when Collab Stream is going to happen. I already missed it. Which one? Oh, yeah. You're waiting for Zara. Whenever you're ready, Zara. They were legally supposed to print out assignments. Supposed teachers still didn't do that. The problem is kids don't need small things, even don't get them. If you consider visiting a reputable university and having an intelligent conversation with a professor who's very knowledgeable about what they teach. Me? I've considered it. I've had lots of good conversations with a lot of good educators. I'm not saying all, absolutely not. Because listen, there's Jewish schools and Muslim schools and Christian schools. I'm talking about standard public education. If you're not paying for it, you're not getting good knowledge at all. And the setup to me is like, and kids are so under equipped these days. And then it's like, oh yeah, well, college is when we'll get all the information. Here we can just party and find out where the girls are and whatnot. And unexpected plans last week. Boo! They want to punish you towards having special ed teachers instead of just doing your own with few accommodations. Right, because there's too many kids. There's too many kids in each class. Yeah, listen, parents should be teaching their kids. If someone forced me to go to college, people would literally think I was retarded, clinically can't do it. I tried reading ebooks and I don't enjoy it, especially not in tactical bookmark. Yes, there's something magical about reading, the smell, the book, reading, being able to go back over it. It's not the light shining in your eyes. I never tried I had an ebook, but I read like freaking 9 sentences on the whole thing, like on one of those Kindles. Instead of actually helping you, they'll do shit by you because they know that you're not the only student. There's 29 other students in the class, and they all got to move forward at the same time. And if you're holding them back or trying to pull them forward, they don't like you. They overstep when they're someone who's not you. Junior year English class, a kid had special ed teacher, and she would come over and do my homework. Can you check the? Oh, yeah. Sorry, brother. Let me catch up on this real quick. Kids are being brain 100%. There's no piss off me because I work. I don't work for myself. Don't do it for myself. What up, capitalist? Long time, brother. Lazy teachers, nothing worse than a pure mass come and point at the top but do nothing. The whole year ever since student got success here there for Google and Apple now want age verification too. We took ourselves too far. We went so far that so many kids, like we have lawmakers saying that queer kids need porn to learn sex ed. Yeah, we went too far. And the kids are so advanced right now. Okay, hold on. Even in small classes, the kids are so advanced that my mind blowing way more intelligent than people realize. Right, and the problem is they got to hold it back. 76% of kids hold back their real thoughts in fear of bullying, because then some kids that are told no, this is the actual way stuff is, and they're being lied to, think it's the truth, and they want to act. Something tells me none of you have witnessed a small university campus, not what you learn and talking about it in right. No, brother, no. That's where education is done. I agree. I'm talking about these freaking like 70,000 student freaking wackadoos. No, I agree, Space Cal. No, I'm not saying you're not getting an education. I'm saying the general public. Yeah, I agree. I'm not trying to put down what you're doing. 8 people to, and dude, you're smart as dog piss, dude. Like you're obviously absorbing the information and you continue questioning things outside of school. Most people don't. They're like, where'd the party at? No, absolutely. I respect the shit out of you. Speed is going back to textbooks. They should. Everybody's getting too dumb. The youth will make the better world. And I truly believe that they're freaking hilarious. And I think they will too. Not overly sensitive. Even as an adult, I watch my words. Not my kid. My kid is headstrong and shocking. Bunch of wackadoos. Off topic, but hilarious teachers use an AI program to grade papers and to make sure they're stupid didn't write the papers using AI. Right. Hypocrisy. I'm in a smaller university right now. The problem is it was a high school I had to go to. Just say hello wrong and get hit with a microaggression. That's 3. Right, dude. Listen, that's not the way humans work. Microaggressions, pecking order. The problem is dumb people are being allowed to run the shop, and they should be pulled down off their high horse, and the people that rise to the top should be the ones teaching, not everybody doing the same. No, it's not the way humans work. Recall modern technology supports learning both students and teachers in many colleges. Yes, students can recall very actually intelligent compared to your average factory worker. I'm not saying they're not, brother. Absolutely. I'm talking about the frickin' general run-of-the-mill, take your money and pass you even though you can't read. I look like a librarian. Thank you, computer. Especially ed teachers in college. Bother me. Fight the power, break the system. Isn't that relevant anymore? No. A lot of kids are so weird the system. The government's going to save us. Dude, no, man. That shit's so crazy. They're screaming anarchy, but one half of the government's cool. Let's all be the Republicans, or let's all be Democrats, or anarchy. Okay, well, which one is it? It's however they get the positive reinforcement they get on the internet. Okay, wheel out. Okay, what can we find out? Well, the Walia from Michigan.
Deep in Michigan, a monster lurks. They call it the Wahila, a legend. It's said to stand taller than a man.
You'll get there,
but this
brother.
Isn't just an animal. In 1998, a trapper named Dale vanished.
Hey, Dale.
His camp was shredded, like a tornado hit. Only huge paw prints remained. Weeks later, hikers found his camera. The last photo shows a blur of danger. Authorities blamed wolves, but locals knew better. Every winter, travelers report glowing eyes.
All right, so you said Walla Walla, Washington? Washington State, Walia, Washington. State. I can't spell. Huh. I can't find any videos on it. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Okay. Wally is a mythical giant wolf-like cryptid primarily recorded in Canada and Alaska, while its main lore residents in Nye Valley. Some accounts theories suggest sightings commonly related to pictures of the Pacific Northwest. All right, let's see. Waiala Project. Waiala Folklore. All right, let me see if we can find this. Can bears bend rifles?
Time prospector who went by the name Yukon Fisher was found decapitated near where the McLeod brothers' remains were found nearly 20 years earlier. He had recently fled the Yukon after getting in a fight with a bartender and was on the run heading to the valley in search of gold. Similarly to Jorgensen, Fisher's nearby shelter was burnt to the ground. Even more shockingly, a bent rifle was found lying next to Fisher's decapitated body.
Okay, that has me thinking that whoever's... My theory is that someone's murdering them. They also have a bear with them. That's my theory.
We have someone that likes to decapitate heads and is an arsonist with a...
Decapitate heads. What else are you decapitating?
A companion bear.
Exactly.
Can bears bend rifles? How strong does one have to be to bend a rifle? A part-time prospector who went by the...
Let's talk more about the Nahanni Valley, this time specifically about the Wahila.
Wahila.
There's many stories in the early 1900s of this huge dire wolf creature seen by natives in the area, and you don't want to mess with it. An explorer, Frank Graves, who was in the southern Nahanni River Valley, said he saw a creature come out of the bushes the size of a white polar bear, but it was something far different. The question is, what are these creatures that were seen in the southern Nahanni River Valley? Were they perhaps related to the ringdocus or the Shunkaworakin from Montana? Perhaps they're even related to the direwolf type creature that was in the Skinwalker Ranch area that was unable to be dispatched of. What do you think about this creature that's seen in the southern Nahanni River Valley? Do you think it's a leftover prehistoric creature? Let me know in the comments and follow for more ancient world mysteries.
Alright, I don't like graphic death stories. Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. Escape how these teachers in my high school would beg the homework even if it's late. That's like puppers. Alright, we'll look some up on 1 second. That's another Bigfoot conspiracy. Yeah. It's safe. You're safe. Yeah. Wooga booga. What up, wrench and cannabinoid fat bong brother? It's not about being smart. The system is built to be as a crutch to care for as long as they can. Passing bad means. Right. Listen. What they've been doing for the past 15 years is they've been trying to get as many kids to think they're autistic as possible, to be able to put as many people on Medicare as possible, to be able to move as much money from the federal government to the state governments to the freaking wackadoos pockets. And this is why we've got an artificially inflated number for autistic kids. It's absolutely crazy, and people are doing this and acting like they're teaching you, and it's absolute insanity. We've got so much bull crap going on that it's all got to be washed out. I was cleaning up my exhaust. I love werewolves. What was I looking up? I just had about 100 chats come through, and I missed a bunch of stuff. Somebody said something. Fat shaming dragons, right? Yeah. Teachers, they beg you for homework, right? You said that's what Space Cowboys say back here. Recall, all professors are not required to make sure their students pass the class. Right. The problem is when they pass them and they shouldn't. And I'm not saying that happens in your school, but it definitely happens. Dude, we've got high schools with 0% math proficiency. What are they teaching the kids if they're not teaching them math? Like at least I know how to freaking add. They said like 12th graders at a 3rd grade level. That's what, single or double digit addition? When do they start? Yeah, that's just whack-a-doodle. Hello, werewolves. Okay, let's look at werewolves. Let's look at werewolf stories. Werewolf stories. 0 to 100 in a split second. We good. I don't care about fat shaming. My dragon really insults work. Mine just motivates me. I never want to screw anything up that much. Who was the first werewolf? Okay, let's see. Wild story. Okay, we'll look at both of these.
Werewolf stories are as old as literature itself.
But ancient Greek mythology gives
Too
us
much
the
hair on
first
the
werewolf with
PP.
a name.
Okay, let's go back. Case of skip past
King
9%
of
of the time.
Arcadia.
Yeah, it's
The story
all
goes
crap.
that King Lycaon was
They're
led-
they're faking their numbers because the better number, the more passing, the more graduates they get, the more money they get paid, and they're just freaking pocketing it. Yeah, they're absolutely real. There wouldn't be silver if werewolves weren't real. It's like the positive, they're negative. I used to hate high school. Majority of the kids, like 6 or 7, read at second grade, third grade, making sound. They go type. X's, I need it. Okay, LOL. Okay.
thirsty ruler who terrorized his subjects. Word of his depravity reached the ears of Zeus, king of the gods, who decided to pay King Lycaon a visit to see for himself just how terrible the Arcadian king truly was. When Zeus arrived at Lycaon's palace disguised as a traveler, the king did not believe that the visitor was actually an Olympian god. So Lycaon devised a fiendish test. He had one of the prisoners in his dungeon dismembered and baked into a feast.
Nice.
If the visitor ate this cursed meal, he clearly could not be the all-knowing Zeus. But as soon as the unholy meal was placed in front of the king of the gods, he sprang up and brought his judgment down on
Nice.
Lycaon.
Recall,
He
you
destroyed
are
the palace
considering
with
an
his
adult
thunderbolts
university.
and
People don't take it
transformed the
seriously.
king
Universities
into a
with
terrible
exploitation
beast.
of
The
students
Roman
don't
poet
learn their actions.
Ovid
I agree.
writes,
I
quote,
think vampires
foaming
can be
at the
real, but I don't
mouth
think Blank's
and
funny,
greedy
right?
as ever for killing, he turned against the sheep,
gross.
still
Have
delighting
you seen my
in blood.
sheets?
His
Oh,
clothes
dude, you
became
should-
bristling hair. His
You
arms
should have seen my mattress in my rock and roll days. It had to go. It had to go. It had to go.
became legs.
Oh,
He was a wolf,
oh, man.
but kept some vestige of his former shape.
Oh,
the
dude,
bestial
I remember-
king Lycaon would end up giving his name to the condition of werewolfism, better known
you should
as
check out the show Chaos on
lycanthropy.
Netflix. Great modern adaptation, if I recall correctly. That's the first time showcasing my professional writing skills. Yeah, it's about that's right. First time Space Cow. I don't believe in any of that. Now, listen. This is the thing about it's how people work in society. Like heroin addicts are considered or were considered to be the werewolves. Like if they didn't get their blood, which was the brown stuff in there, and that's how they feasted on it. And that was like the blood ritual, and how they would come out at night because they were high all day, and that like a lot of the laudanum, opium, heroin stories like that came to a lot of stuff, and people act like that. And of course you have creative people that say, well, they just got a bunch of junkies, they say, and then think about all of the attraction that the junkie rock stars used to get, right? And they're just so beautiful to women. Women can't resist them. And I'm a mythical creature. I'd definitely be Freddy Krueger, hands down. The greatest thing, I walked up to the 10 feet away, just stared at me and ran away from me. I didn't know if I'm a female. As a female, I genuinely wonder about the women who pass out the sight of blood. How do they do it? They see blood all the time. But listen, there's a difference between seeing your own blood and seeing other people's blood. It's a natural defense. When you see blood, you know something bad happened in general. If you see your own nose bleed, usually people are like, oh no. They're not usually like, you know, it's like it's the same thing like smelling your own farts. Other people's farts aren't pleasant. Right? What about Space Cow? Space Cows are great. I was scared of a really big. I don't want to have anything considered them, but I would hang out with the sirens for a day, want to see who they're protecting. Probably something bad attaches itself and becomes a part of you. A bunch of angel dust. Yeah, that's it too, Jack. Brother, you know what I'm saying? I found a nice leprechaun lady, my lady leprechaun, making serve herself down. Do you think every single human cell has a multiverse in itself? And it's so we can see down to like the gluon level, and there's nothing inside of them. But I have definitely had that, dude. I used to have this theory before I kept learning that we're all inside of testicles in the whole universe, and we're just sperm moving throughout it until we get ejected. And I used to have crazy shit theories like that before I started structuring my own education. But yeah, I used to think stuff like that all the time. It's just shrink down. Like you see the nano machines in DNA. Piano. Like, look at this shit. These things are like wall. I don't know if I can find it in here, and I'm hoping I can find one that's got. Nano. Let's see what this guy said. Yeah, okay, here, so this is a good one here.
And so if you take a rope and take the strands and try to unravel it, you'll get a mess.
What up, Pancake?
It's all tangled up. And you can see it here with a piece of string. So if you unravel the string, it gets to a point where it just gets all knotted up and tangled. Well, with DNA, if you're going to read the DNA to make proteins or copy it to make copies of itself, like in cell division or reproduction, that tangling occurs. Now there's a special motor enzyme which actually detangles the DNA. It's called topoisomerase. And it actually cuts the DNA and detangles it. And without that topoisomerase, life is not possible, even in the simplest life, because the DNA tangles without it.
I was hoping they'd show something.
So this detangling machine...
Let me take the motor out of here.
Wouldn't it be amazing if there were a device that untangled knots automatically? Inside your body, there is. It's called a topoisomerase. It untangles knots in our DNA in an incredible process that keeps us all alive.
I've destroyed so many universes.
DNA carries assembly instructions required for your body to generate new cells.
You go to the right onion.
But for DNA to do its work, it must be copied in a process known as replication. During replication, the DNA strands are separated, and protein machines use each strand to make a copy of the opposite strand.
Look at this.
The end result is 2 copies of the original DNA. However, DNA replication faces a life or death challenge before it can complete its mission. Separating the DNA strands causes twisting in the portion of DNA that has not yet been separated. Eventually, the tension from the twisting increases so much that the uncopied segment of DNA wraps around itself in what are referred to as supercoils. If nothing intervenes, this build-up of supercoils will completely shut down the DNA replication process, since the 2 strands can no longer be separated, and your cell...
Even if DNA happened to spontaneously form from chemical evolution in a puddle on the Earth, the things that detangle it wouldn't have, and they move and they know where to go, right? So it's just like how we have problems in the air. Like maybe the reason you're on Earth is to detangle your headphones, right? It's like so the world does get smaller and smaller and smaller in universes, and according to this nano machine that detangles, it thinks it's at work. It's a whole other universe, and its buddies come by and they hang out, and its buddies grow and die and reproduce.
Will die. Enter special proteins called topoisomerases to the rescue. Topoisomerases are amazing molecular machines that untangle knots. They come in 2 main types. Type 2 typically has 3 main sections. An upper gate,
right?
Yes,
that's my point. My point is, when you know the very little amount about the human body, when you're properly educated throughout school, you know so little about the body. When you continue to learn, and it's easy to say, oh, it's just freaking chemicals that mix together. But then when you learn about handedness, you learn about the chemicals and what's required and the timing that's required to make things happen. And then you hear again the repeat, over billions of years. But then when you start to learn the chemistry, you know you don't have billions of years. And then you learn about this stuff and how shit knows how to build bridges. And when it's building a bridge, it's also consuming the part that it's already built so it can get to the other side floating in the middle of a cell. And it knows dinosaur now, alligator evolution. Hold on, a dad mouse she brought it to my grandma's lap. Yeah, my cat does that all the time. Rip mouse, and then a university degree has requirements to include courses outside your major they're required. Yeah, I hate that stuff too. But when they make you take freaking gender studies course to become a lawyer. I'm a nurse. I think I know something about the human body. There you go. I'm talking about the general public, like the things they know about what's going on
during the protein's operation.
What's going on, David? It's code. How do they get code?
A type 2 topoisomerase untangles DNA in 4 main steps. First, after 2 DNA segments enter through the top gate, It uses the middle gate to break one segment of DNA apart.
Called cleaving.
Next, it passes the other DNA.
Where it breaks it apart after each word. Like, it doesn't do it in the middle. Like, if there's an area that tells you what color your hair is going to be, it doesn't cleave it in the middle of that code. It cleaves it at the end of that. And how does the chemicals know that? It's still just the same freaking chemistry. It's the same polypeptides and the same. So like, what makes it know how to cut it there? It's got no brain. It's just some twisted freaking wackadoo.
A segment through this break. Then occurs the crucial step. The topoisomerase recombines the first DNA segment. The result is the elimination of 2 supercoils. Finally, now that the 2 DNA segments have been untangled, they are released by the topoisomerase. The second strand is released out the bottom, and the first strand is released out the top.
How does it know the timing? What's telling it the timing?
This is just a simple summary. The actual process is a lot more complicated.
Fact 5. DNA transcription, translation, and replication requires hundreds of complex proteins and protein machines to function.
There is solid scientific evidence that you are designed.
Right, and people don't even want to look at that, so I've never seen that before.
Each cell contains tightly packed DNA.
I'm trying to find, there was some really, really good DNA detangle 3D. Yeah, Airwolf, great show. Go into silent mode. And it would like, when they'd be able to like pull up next to like Fred, like jump out onto a building. 90s PBS. I'm getting closer to creator conclusion. Brother, I'm telling you, it only takes about a good week of solid, like spending, yeah. Hey, congratulations, dad and daughter. And before it goes more days. Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, that's epic. So we're nowhere near DNA yet. We're going into a single cell, and then we're going into the nucleus, and then a chromosome, and then a chromosome, and then you zoom into the chromosome, and then there's DNA in there. There you go. And then uncoil the coil, and it's still in the coil of coils. Back an hour before bed. What's the psychedelic? They're going in reverse. Okay, I was trying to see. Oh, here you go. Look at this. Oh, freaking. Let me see if I can find it in Oh, damn it. There used to be so. All right, let's see if we can watch this. Damn it.
Motor
Look at this.
protein
Look at this.
working inside your cells right now. Kinesin acts like a microscopic delivery truck,
Look at
carrying
this. It's
proteins and
walks.
other essential cargo from one place to another inside the cell. It walks step by step along tracks called microtubules, like highways inside your cell.
Right, and this is what's going on inside of your cells, and the microtubules are the bridges that they created. Somebody's walking across it, then somebody's eating it as it's being. And this freaking crazy AI chick.
Intelligently designed motor protein working inside your cells right now. Kinesin acts like a microscopic delivery truck, carrying proteins and other essential cargo from.
I can't watch that shit. Let's try to find a better one. That's only 2 seconds. There we go. I spelled it wrong. That's why. Damn it. Why has everybody got freaking music on everything? It's only 4 seconds. Daft Punk.
I think this Diddy blooded.
This has probably got music on it also. No one explaining it. Jesus Christ. Alright, sorry. Alright, wow, jeez. Alright, Space Cow, I'm under your bed, almost done, but it's unbelievable. I wanted to try to find. I'm trying to find something that doesn't have any freaking music. There you go. Like, this is the shit that's going on, and this is inside of your DNA. This is carrying shit across, and you can see how the proteins move. The music's not vibing. All right, DNA Jurassic Park told me everything I needed to know. I got Nature's Jurassic. Get out from under my bed. Footage. This isn't footage. It's animation, right? You can, if you want to see the footage that they have. Most of it is you have to pay for it because it's the actual. It's the 300x or 300,000x. Electron SEMS scanning electron microscope stuff, so you can get all the data and see it all, and then how they. It's absolutely, especially when you see it when it's not in animation. Someone subscribed to daughter. I have 14 subscribers and she subscribed to me. Sexy, I was fighting them dinosaurs. The music made me feel like my brain was baby blue pink. It tasted it. Life finds a way. It walks around. Yeah, she should change her username. Yeah. I don't believe the picture. Why are we watching them walk? It's 100% faked. Share reverse, Pancake. Everything is always in motion. Everything is a continuous transmission. Okay, on. This freaking guy.
Wiz, I've never seen so many cocks at once. Well, besides that one time. Well, wait, we don't got to get into that now.
Yeah, let's don't go there.
Have you ever seen The Wizard of Oz? No.
Repent for the kingdom of heaven is near. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, Pancake.
Why?
Van Dyke.
I was just curious.
Thank you. 14 kids. He's on the Boston Massacre. I do.
I don't even watch movies. Yeah, me neither.
14 subscribers. Well, walking protein guy doing anything inside me. My brother's working with us. So Coca-Cola, right?
How tall are you, about 6'9"?
There's a bowling video. They play in the bowling alley.
6'2".
6'2"?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching the guy? This fucking thing. I don't even know. I don't know why Space Cow does that to me. He looks like the Tin Man. I never seen so many cocks at once. Coca-Cola will strip the rust from metal. Yeah, absolutely. 14 subscribers beyond. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, he does. He looks like the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Can he? Oh, that was me. Dang it. Frickin' Space Cow and his wackadoodle stuff. Shut up. Shut up. YouTube. There we go. I should have just done this in the first time. I don't know why I always freaking do that. Alright, let's see if we can find something. Alright, so here's an...
What you're seeing here is the kinesin motor protein, which works in the delivery service of the microscopic world like a courier, responsible for the reliable journey of your vital cellular
for wearing red so loudly.
These small molecular machines travel along tracks inside your cells, known as microtubules. They precisely transport cellular components to their designated destinations. Kinesin, with a size of 8 nanometers, moves very quickly at around 2 micrometers per second. Observing this, it seems that there are similarities between our world and the world of cells.
Right.
Stay connected with us for more videos.
It's absolutely crazy. And this type of stuff, they don't show kids. We don't want to confuse them. This is age appropriate. Okay, well, you don't want to confuse people about God being so age appropriate and young, but you'll tell them how to kiss each other on the butthole. That frickin' wackadoo. All right, let's see. It's absolute. Look, that kissing on that kiss, hugging and kissing stuff can wait. Like absolutely can wait. It's like what there's so much more knowledge you can be teaching people. Oh jeez, this guy's got a freaking schnoz on him too. Hold on. I know I'm going to talk.
Dirty old man. But that stands to reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man. You know, a lot of people call me a dirty old man, but that stands to reason.
Stands to reason?
When I was young, I was a dirty young man. You know, a lot of people call me...
This is what we're teaching AI to teach us. Yikes. Don't confuse the kids. Don't undereducate them. Right. That's what exactly. Kids don't know. And the thing is, because they learned about something for 3 minutes in one class, they're thinking, okay, I know how that works. Okay. I gotta go. Scared her away. I was saying goodbye. Oh, okay. Have you considered partnering with a local business that specializes in online marketing and advertising channel growth? Me? Sure. Why not? Don't indoctrinate them. Right. How you doing, Loretta? Brush my teeth, and then, yeah, dude, he needs freaking teeth brushing. You'd brush his teeth, Zara? 100%? This guy here?
A dirty old man. But that stands to reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man.
Jesus, Lord, help us, please. It's so crazy. What's your dare, pancake? Dare for who? What up, Robert, brother? We should play Truth or Dare sometime. Jeez, freaking people. I think he was a dirty young man once. Nope, no dare on that one. You don't want a little bit of that up in you? A little bit of...
You know, a lot of people call me a dirty old man,
so I go watch
but
your
that
stream
stands
without
to
lag.
reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man. You know, a lot of people...
Dude. His name's 777. You don't have to drink it. I dare myself to exist. I dare you to sing The Duck Walked Up to the Lemonade Stand. I don't even know it. The duck walked up to the lemonade stand. The lemonade stand. I think I do know that. Yeah, that's as far as you're getting for me. I'm desensitized to him already. Yeah, it doesn't take long. Adam is madaming the... Stop madaming the Coke.
People call me a dirty old man. But that stands to reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man.
There you go. There you go. The world we live in today. We went from the microscopic delivery of freaking proteins and DNA, and the cola is atoming them atom. I'm Adam the Atom. The Coke, I am Adam. Very brave of you. Yeah, hopefully that's AI. Yeah, don't get on the Coke, madam. All right, let's see. Freaking whack, dude. The picture of a young girl in the background. No. Oh, there sure is right there. Yep. Oh, no. That's freaking. Oh, hold on. No, that's AI. It's floating on his shoulder.
People call me a dirty
Watch,
old
it pops
man,
up and then it floats.
but that stands to reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man.
See how it popped up like that?
You know, a lot of people call me a dirty.
Maybe she's like, I need help. He looks like an uncle of yours.
Dirty old man. But that stands to reason. Because when I was young, I was a dirty young man. You know, a lot of people call me a dirty old man.
Jesus, Lord, precious life, help us. I don't know why I zoomed in that far. Oops. Yeah. Okay, that's nice. That it. Oh, there he is. He's still there. Okay, does it fit? There we go. It fits. All right, let's see. Back to here. All right, yeah, that's definitely wackadoodle. She might be 29. It's not a phase. It's his grandkid. Yeah, you better hope so. I wonder, like I don't use those filters and stuff. Does it use one? Like, I know that you have one when you show them to people and somebody jumps up over their shoulder and it's like, when they start swinging and stuff, it probably take it from your camera. The duck walked up to the lemonade stand, and the man runs and blah, 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 and the grape said, but we have fresh lemonade, you get a glass of sauce, said, pass. That was in her 20s. And she waddled away. Except my uncle has teeth. Dear uncle, all your target audience is mine. I got, I don't know, freaking, 9 to 900. Till the very next day. You're still singing that song? Bum, 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 bum. I like Gumbies once in a while. Oh, freaking Ogie. How is he supposed to rock the cradle of love if everyone's over 18? Rock the cradle of love. You're killing me, Smalls. The cradle of love. I don't rock it easily. And this man said, man, that's fine, that freaking song. It's probably copyrighted now. The Lemonade Stand song. Okay, maybe it's not.
Intuit Enterprise Suite has
676 million views. 676 million views. It's probably copyrighted now. I'm probably gonna get freaking jacked for it.
duck story. Bum bum bum, ba-dum ba-dum. A duck walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man
running the stand,
"Hey, bum bum bum, got any grapes?"
Like a rebel, yeah.
The man said, "No, we just sell lemonade, but it's cold and it's fresh and it's all homemade. Can I get you a glass?"
I'm reading.
The duck said, "I'll pass."
I see the beaver, but I just
Then he waddled away, waddle waddle, till the very next day. Bum 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man
running the stand,
"Hey, bum bum bum, got any grapes?" The man said, "No, like I said yesterday.
We have lemonade.
We just sell lemonade, okay? Why not give it a try?"
And think about this. How hard do you think this song was to write? And you've got people making AI music that ain't even this freaking cool. Ain't gonna get 676 million views. So think about this. $30,000 per million views, okay? 30,000 times 676. $20 million. $20 million on one video. The finale came out. The Ducks on. Is there a finale? I'm never watching them. Never watching them again. If I recalled correctly, you're going to get copyrighted probably. Beavers affect their habitats and there, so usually that's the way to do the work. What do you mean, Zara? I don't know. Oh, what's wrong with your boxers? Beaver dam. Ogie likes beavers. Yeah, no shit. And that's on the low side. It's like you can get $1. You can get anywhere from like a cent to $7 per 1,000 views, especially if you've got like ads incorporated into it. So then, just say even if it was $1 per 1,000 times 100,000 would be $100,000 per million. No, hold on, I'm doing the math wrong. Yeah, it's like $30,000. Some people get $70,000 per million, and I'm sure Mr. Beast gets more than that just off of ad revenue. But yeah, but because he's getting 600, he's probably getting millions of views a month still. So he's probably getting, like, that's it. He's retired and he's bringing in tens of thousands of dollars a month, easy. And then after taxes or what, so hold on. So, and I'm not, so say it's 30,000 and YouTube gets 45% of it, okay? So say that divided by 1.45 divided by 1.45. So it's still $13 million. $13 million. And say what, 12% goes to his times divided by times. I did the wrong. Yeah, times. Sorry. Let's go back one. Times 1.1. Let's say 1.4. So it's still $15 million. I'm doing my math wrong here. How do you do math again? Okay, so we'll do this again. All right, so it's 2. Okay, so then if you would pay 45% of that is times 1.045 is 4.5. 1.45. Okay, so that's, no, I'm doing the math wrong. 0.145. How do you do math? Richard's not looking through the YouTube comments. I don't wear boxers. They're mine now. Boxer briefs are the same. Oh my God, 2 times responses. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm adding it to it. Okay, so here we go. My bad. Not 1 times. That's adding that's adding with tax. Okay, so this is, okay, that, okay, then times 0.45. Okay, so he's paying $9 million to $9 million to YouTube. So that's 20 million minus 9 is $11 million. So then he's got $11 million. $11 million times, and then 12% to the government. So he's paying $1.3 million to the government for taxes. So he's pocketed $10 million minimum. Oh shit! I registered under the Tuna Corps. Yeah, insane. I shaved mine because my skin hurts after that day. Only for maintenance and call it a day. Traumatized panda. We got a beaver infestation. The holy boxer briefs. Richard is. I'm working on it. I'm gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll make it high up. The clam clappers. There's a hole in the crotch anyway. Jeez, Chrysler. And he was a financial advisor. I wasn't a financial advisor. Me? No. I tell people what to do with silver. Absolutely, an investment advisor, not what to do. I'm not a freaking wackadoo. The math I was doing was like if something's $1 million, if something was $1 million, $1 million, and you pay and you're purchasing it, and it's like 8% tax. You multiply that multiply that times 1.08, and then that's the total with the tax or fee or whatever. I meant to be subtracting it with it. That was my problem. Go buy some new shoes. Twitch comments killing. You shut up. You buying me new ones? I'm going to bed, y'all. See you in my dreams. I hope he gets back to. I'm gonna always get back to him. Bye, Zara. Ciao. Loretta's out of here too. I see you not crazy horse dancing. Do you recall why you're bad at allocating your money? Because I'm bad at allocating my money. I always wonder why we call them beavers. It's not like because they cut. Because you bury your wood in it. What are you talking about? Beavers bury their wood. My girlfriend said she's leaving me for a woman. It's all right. You don't need her anyway. We still talking about the duck song? No, I don't think so. I see you're crazy, not insane. All right, there's a big difference between crazy and insane. I'm so gay. I thought I was as a woman. Like, oh, she's gay and she became gay again. If you're gay and you become gay again, does that make you straight? Okay, yeah. Everybody's doing just fine. Oh yeah, but did we look at silver? I think silver is still at 90 or 80. Silver spot price 90.55. So it's gone up since earlier of 90.08. So yeah, it's up to $90 again. So dude, you guys are crazy. So if you guys bought it at 72 when I said it, you guys will be up quite a bit. We watched I'm Coconut song. No, we're not watching any more wackadoodle songs. Panic, can we argue about grapes? You got any? Georgie needs to learn how to plow. He's losing. He's lost his function. No, I only have a gas. I'll give you a glass of lemonade. He's saying what everybody's thinking. Snow. Okay, let's see. The lemonade stand. Oh man, I got all kind of people. Let's see. Eat your vegetables. I got grapes, but they got wrinkles. I had a song about the coconut milk in middle school. Forgot the tune. Only me and my teacher knew about it. Forgot to say it too. Are you talking about the straw in the coconut? Or whatever it's called? I used to have a coconut milk song too. My favorite decade? Freaking 1430s. I can't. They're gonna copyright me. Because, just kidding. I said random number to be funny. So, it was definitely the 90s. For me, it was definitely the 90s. The 90s. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at the 90s. 1990s. Oops. 1990s pop. Culture. Bam. Let's see. Okay, look, you want to see high school in the 90s? You want to see how racist high school used to be? Look, no cell phones or anything. Everybody was straight up chilling. Everybody loved each other. There wasn't no cultural appropriation. There wasn't no freaking who cares if you're gay shit. None of that. There was none. Nothing was like that in school just 30 years ago. This was before the gangster rap takeover and before everybody was bitches and hoes. I'm going to my bed. I'm going. My attention is being pulled away. Okay, I'm about to call it a night here anyway. Do you recall last time you went streaking? It was probably about 20 years ago. But the coconut is a giant nut, and if you eat too much, you get really fat. Fan of boy bands. Boy band. I wasn't a boy band. Going to bed early. It's 9:40 for me. All right, let's see if we can find some more. What made the 90s so 90s? All right, let's find some shorts here. Oh, shorts. Dude, think about like the songs, like the big songs were like Will Smith, not getting jiggy with it and stuff. That's when he was trying to get in the 2000s. This was like What the world looked like in 1996. Oh, look at these prices. $1.27 a gallon for gas. $8.40. Look at the computer monitors. This is before ADHD was a thing. Why the 90s were peak.
Imagine a world where your phone didn't track you, gas was $1.20, and your biggest stress was accidentally taping over your sister's Spice Girls cassette. Yeah, welcome to the 90s. And no, this isn't just nostalgia goggles talking. There's actually a solid case that the 1990s were the best decade in American history. Let's start with the vibes. The U.S. in the 1990s was like catching that perfect wave before the internet
no
tsunami
hate
hit.
and bullshit.
The economy,
MC Hammer,
booming.
Right? People were dancing,
We're talking
and
low
jiving and loving. It wasn't, freaking computers were popular, right? Back when fuel efficiency was an afterthought. Do you recall your first cassette? My first cassette, yes, I do. It was my first cassette. Well, my first cassette was a blank that I recorded off of the radio, but the first one I ever bought was Nevermind the Bollocks, and then I bought the Misfits, Beware, or it was Static Age.
Unemployment, tech stocks going wild, and people buying Beanie Babies thinking it was a retirement plan. Middle-class life actually felt attainable.
And it's still looping. And like now it's Labubu's, but there was also Furbies or whatever they're called. Furbies? Yeah, Furbies. And it's every couple of years. It just repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats.
Owning a home didn't mean sacrificing your soul or your DoorDash budget. Pop culture? Unreal. TV gave us sitcoms that weren't just shows. They were weekly rituals. Friends, Seinfeld, The Fresh Prince. It was comfort food before
black
comfort
people
food
in the
meant
90s?
binging sad documentaries at 2 a.m. And the music, you had Tupac and Biggie coexisting with Alanis Morissette and Blink 182. The range was chaotic, and it slapped. Technology was just advanced enough to be fun, but not so invasive that it owned your soul. You went online when you wanted to, and it sounded
Trolls,
like a robot
right? The
having a stroke.
troll dolls, right? Yeah.
Phones didn't have GPS, and somehow we still found each other.
Because it's magnetic media, it'll change that. So cassette tapes, that's rust on Scotch tape. That's what it was, and it could record a magnetic field. That's what they were. They were rust. They were a metal applied to a very, very finely ground rust applied to basically Scotch tape, and the side that the rust was on was protected by the tape, and then the reed head that rubbed against the plastic, not the metal. Yeah, and then Cabbage Patch dolls. Yeah, you're taking a nap. You passed out.
Imagine. You actually had to knock on someone's door to see if they could come outside. Yes, that was a real thing.
Right.
Social media was your front yard. TikTok, we had skip-its. And despite the denim crimes, Jankos, anyone?
Janko
There was
jeans.
a real sense of freedom. A weird little golden window before the surveillance state and algorithmic anxiety crept in. It wasn't just the fun stuff. The 90s felt stable. No major wars. The Cold War had ended. 9/11 hadn't happened yet. The mood was lighter, like the world collectively exhaled for a second.
Right.
You could be cautiously optimistic without sounding naive. And dude, mall culture? That was our social network.
The mall.
You didn't scroll, you strolled.
Yep.
Fashion was peak chaos, but intentionally bad in the best way. Everyone had a favorite Lisa Frank folder, or a lava lamp, or a literal pager, for no reason. Look, every decade has its flaws.
You recall what Route 66
The 90s weren't perfect. There was political scandal, racism didn't vanish, and women were still being told low-rise jeans were a personality.
Right.
But for a lot of people, it was the last time the future felt exciting. Like tomorrow could be better and not just more exhausting.
Put our phones down, guys.
If you ever watched a movie on a wheeled-in TV and thought, this is peak life, you already know. So yeah, maybe the 90s weren't perfect, but they were simple, joyful.
Right, so we didn't all have individualized algorithmic media. when the teacher rolled in a TV, everybody watched the same TV. When the family was there, everybody watched the same TV. Parents didn't know that kids were learning that kids could change their gender and shit like that on their own. And then when they asked their parents about it, they're like, no, I was a scientist and I never learned that. And then you go to your teacher and says, my teacher says I can't change my gender. And your teacher's like, you got to get away from your parents. You're going to kill yourself if you don't. It's like all that crazy hysteria that never happened. Well played. I was born in the 70s. Me too. 77. Spent my 20s in the 90s. Me too. Kid sister dolls. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's crazy. All right. Yeah, my sister. Yeah, dude. My buddy. And kid sister dolls. That's right. My buddy and me. Yeah, wow, freaking Ogie, brother. Damn. Yes, absolutely. And don't worry, we had black ones. Yeah, dude, this whole racism bullshit, because you got a bunch of black racists that didn't like white people that wanted to bitch about them all the time. So they started talking about how bad white on black racism was. And it wasn't really in culture, but it was systemic. So now we're going to bring that out. So everything got too good that people needed to screw it up. So they're like, well, no, it's the systemic stuff. Well, it wasn't systemic when I was a kid. Right? Yeah, it's absolutely crazy what everybody's been convinced of. And then you look at but now the absolute opposite's happening. Like, it's so crazy. And this is the problem. If you can't hurt another set of people because 7 people from the set of people hurt 17 people of a set of people. Yeah, and absolutely. Do you guys remember the 2005 Honda Civic? I had a 2005 Honda Civic. I had a 2008 Honda Civic. No, I had a 2005 Honda Civic. 2005 Honda Civic. 2005, not 25. I had a 2006. I think it was a 6. Hold on. It's either 6 or an 8. Yeah, no, I had a 2006 Honda Civic. So I thought you guys could see what I was doing. Yeah. Yep, that's what I had right there. That exact one right there. Same color and everything. I had a spoiler. Hold on. Oh, no, I didn't have a spoiler. I was jealous of the people that had the spoilers. But that's what I had. That's what I drove around all the time. You said 2005. Yeah, different front end. Forget. Best Civic model. Yeah, 95. Let's look at that. I remember those too. I remember my buddies having those. 1995. Yeah, boy. You can see those still running around today. 700,000 miles on it. Mine was the 78 Scirocco. Wow. Jeez, I haven't thought about that either. A long time. Do you remember the Carmens? The Carmen Gias? Yeah, boy. Yeah, those were freaking kick ass. They were the German version of the Chevette. 1977 Chevette. Yeah, so this was the Chevette. That was the American version of the VW Scirocco, which I think the first car would likely be a 90s car because of economics. Yeah, that's fine. Are you Bill Nye? I'm Bill Nye if he was on the other side of the religious fence. Yep, I do. What's up, Martin Coder's brother? Scirocco's sick. Yeah, my buddy Ryan Buffa. He had a 1978 Carmen. I think it was a 78. Maybe it's 69. 1978 Carmen Ghia. Yeah, it was a 78. Here it was green too. And it freaking had 2 carburetors on it. Bam. Look at that freaking thing, dude. Let me find a green one. Yeah. Garbage Patch Kids cards. Right. Old cards are so nice. Garbage Patch. What's up, Brianna? Garbage Patch Kids. Yeah, dude. That's cabbage. Garbage. Yeah, there it is. Garbage Pail Kids. Garbage Pail Kids. Right. My bad. Yeah, Garbage Pail Kids. Look at the freaking violence. You can't see it very good. Swell Mel, because she was swollen. Atom Bomb. Dude, Leaky Lindsay, she had no runny nose. I love that. I love the comedy back then. Civic two-door hatch, 206 M 1.6 with the VE tech. Bill Nye, but the rat. Pale. Let me see where I'm at. I'm at Space Cowboy. Look like a Jaguar. Wow, this spring is right around the corner. That's funny. That's funny. Large Marge. That was from. Oh, dang it! Don't tell me it was. Oh no. Oh, Pee-wee's Playhouse. Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Today's cars look like they suffer from ADHD. Yeah, because the freaking designers suffer from ADHD. I agree. Dude, cars used to have so much class, and just the cars that every guy could get. But now they just make them so freaking blah, and then they make the freaking super fancy supercars that are made of the same parts as the regular man car, everyday car. Oh man, cars suffer from ADHD. Oh, Teddy Ruxpin. You put a cassette tape in Teddy Ruxpin, and it would talk to you. More angles, more screens. All right. What up, capitalist brother? Welcome back. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Now I forgot what I was talking about. What was I just about to say? Oh, damn it. Lost my brain cells. Yeah, right. Yeah, no problem. There was no computers and stuff, whatever. My family came over my niece's birthday. Oh, that's good, brother. That's good. Damn it, I can't remember what I wanted to do. There goes my brain cells. I'm getting tired. Let's see. Okay. My family. Oh, damn it. What was it? I lost it. It's gone. Let me see here. Teddy Ruxpin. Teddy Ruxpin. Yeah, dude. Let me see if I can find a short. Look at this crazy thing.
Teddy Ruxpin. And who doesn't remember those heart-tugging ads?
My name is Teddy Ruxpin.
This was a toy that got kids to read, or it was just a crutch for lazy parents to get out of not reading to their kids.
So in the 80s and 90s, before there were iPad kids, there were Teddy Ruxpin kids. So you could, but the thing is, you knew what Teddy Ruxpin was saying. And with an iPad, any wackadoo, anything the kid accidentally scrolls onto is teaching them all kinds of crazy brain rot shit.
The toy was popular. Released by Worlds of Wonder in 1985, you pop a cassette into Ruxpin, read along, and rinse and repeat. Selling the cassettes and the books separately, that was a great business model. But Worlds of Wonder would go bankrupt in 1988, so the rights to Ruxpin would go to Hasbro, who re-released him in 1991.
Freaking absolutely crazy. I had Teddy Ruxpin. I bought it at a thrift store. Still have it, dude. You should make videos about it, dude. You absolutely should. Dude, you could make it. You could re-record your own. If you got any electronics freaking skills, you could Bluetooth it. So you could be like, I can see you. Dude, that would be freaking awesome. Dude, somebody's had to do it already. Somebody's had to do it. Hacked Bluetooth Teddy Ruxpin. Dude, if not, you just found your new So it's, I don't see any of the old ones. I don't see anything on it. That's crazy. So the new ones have custom audio, books over USB, Python scripts. Hackers replaced the internal electronics with Arduino. But it's the new one. It's not the old one. And my first car was an 08 Camry. That's what my brother had. My brother, I think it was a 98 Camry. Yeah, but definitely a Camry. He rear-ended somebody, and it ripped the radiator off, and we drove 15 miles home with the air conditioning on, and it never overheated. Geez, a YouTuber has an Audi R8. He's repairing it. Thing is so complicated, expensive, pile of crap. Brother, Adam, you hear that? It worked. It worked. I'm telling you, Toyota Camry's best car. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm telling you, brother, it's a great freaking idea. Even if you don't know how to do it, record learning how to do it. And I'm telling you, dude, you'll get money off the freaking internet. Toyota Camry was better on gas than the Corolla. Right. The Corolla was at what was right. The Camry was where it was at though, because it was cheaper. What's the Camry or the Corolla? You might be referring to on Toyota Corolla. Let's say 1998. Yeah, Corolla is what he had. Yeah, no. Yeah, they have Corolla. Let's say with Camry. Hold on. I'm getting confused. No, he had the 4-door. That's the difference to Camry and the Corolla. They both had 4 doors. Great. Now I'm gonna have to ask him. I have the 1985. All right, hold on. I got PP in the turlet. Dang it. You know what I should have did. All right. Now I'm going to fill my water. 1 second. My buddy. I still got the freaking Christmas lights up. I'm a freaking nut jam. All right, let's see. Space Cow. Corolla was the poor man's Camry. Okay. That was probably what he had then was the Corolla. I could have swore it was a Camry. Could have swore. Shit, both cars could put the miles on. Yeah, dude. It definitely had 200,000 plus miles on it. Because he got it used. He probably got it with like 180. I don't know how many 90s Camrys I ran across 1 billion miles on. Yeah, dude. Listen, he rear-ended somebody, and they had a trailer hitch. So when he backed off of it, it pulled his radiator off, and everything just drained out of it. And it was summer, Baltimore City, and we drove from the Maryland Zoo to our house like 15 miles with no radiator. I told him just to drive fast so the air would flow over the engine, but even when we stopped, it didn't freaking overheat. No coolant, not a drop of coolant in the engine. Yeah, they're definitely out there. You can put 1 million farts in a Corolla. You definitely can. Okay, let's Space Cow got here. Warren, is that the same thing? Oh no. Alright, hold on, let me shrink this down a little bit. I need to find out a better way to do this. What do you think is gonna happen?
Stupid motherfucker thought this was a good idea. Look how long this goddamn truck is. You think you getting around a roundabout with that shit? You stupid motherfucker. Now he reversing it. You finna fuck up. Look at this shit.
That's crazy.
I've never seen a truck this goddamn long.
Me neither.
That shit longer than the street. What's in that motherfucker?
Something secret.
Nigga,
that's probably a missile.
Give me
that's
that
probably
CL.
That's probably a couple of missiles.
You fired, nigga. Look at this
Do you
stupid
see?
ass.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. The reason it's so nondescript, That's probably what's in there.
This nigga, I can't believe this nigga. Look at him.
America.
What kind of truck is this, gang?
It looks real, brother. I'm looking at the cloud patterns and everything's spelled right. It looks real to me. The little bit of scraps of stuff that's on the road here, the improper coloring of the I don't know if you can see my mouse or not. The crosswalk right here, the little pieces of trash that are on the area, the dents in the sign, and the cloud patterns. I would say it's real.
Man, this stupid motherfucker thought this was a good idea. Look how long this goddamn truck is.
The sticker peeling off of the window right here. Yeah, I think it's real.
You think you getting around a roundabout with that shit? You stupid motherfucker.
He's so pissed. There's
now
probably
he
a
reversing
freaking
it.
1,000
You finna
cars.
fuck up.
This is what happens when you use Google.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, listen.
never-
There should have been a leading car. There should have been a leading car that was like a mile ahead that said, "Hey, stop. This is what's ahead." So that like they could have, and absolutely whatever's in there is expensive as a dog shit, and it's not a standard shipping container. They took the time to shrink wrap it, right? So like it's something serious, and he's got a bunch of follower cars behind him. You're not gonna get away like that unless you're competent. Yeah,
That shit
right.
longer than the
Agreed. A
street.
driver, yeah.
What's in that motherfucker? Nigga struggling, boy. Give me that fucking CDL. You're done.
Give me that.
You fired, nigga.
Somebody's
Look at
pissed.
his stupid ass. He all up on the sidewalk.
Dude, they're so
This
screwed.
nigga-
They were all freaking playing freaking Angry Birds or some shit while they were driving.
I can't believe this nigga.
I guarantee not. Look he wouldn't
at
have
him.
got that load.
What kind of truck is this, gang?
That's heavy too. There's
Man,
a
this
lot.
stupid motherfucker thought this was a good idea. Look how long this goddamn truck is. You think you getting around a roundabout with that shit? You stupid motherfucker. Now he reversing it. You finna fuck up. Look at this shit.
He's gonna have to offload. He's gonna have to drop that trailer. He's so screwed. I mean, the dude is upset. He has to wait. No, yeah. Well, yeah. Listen, I would suspect this route was planned and probably pre-driven by a check car before this happened. Listen, if that thing was less important than this truck is beautiful. It's that wrap job is beautiful. Like this isn't done by frickin' Jim and Jerry at the frickin' shrink wrap shop. This is, there's something serious in there. Needs oversized escorts and route planning. Yeah, he's in deep trouble. Unable to read street signs. But he's got a crew behind him. We're going to watch it one more time.
I've never seen a truck this goddamn long. That shit longer than the street.
Look at that.
What's in that motherfucker? Nigga struggling, boy. Give me that fucking CDL. You're done.
It's so
You fired,
crazy. Like the reason that he's got the setup, the trailer like that, is to make the turns he needs to make. Like he's got a trailer that's got a second kingpin. It's like you got the kingpin or kingpin on the no. What's the receiver? The receiver, and then he's got a second trailer with a second receiver, so he can make that shit's crazy, dude. I wish I could find out. I wish I could find out more about this. I do recall how to utilize a roundabout right up by one of the biggest studios in Atlanta. It used to be called Pinewood. Now it's called Trilith. They've got 3 in a row. They don't have stop signs. And so you better learn how to utilize it. And when you're going through, it's crazy. You look onto the left and you see the studio where they record Family Feud. It's funny. Suck Deep is driving. I love seeing how pissed off.
He all up on the sidewalk.
Suck Deep.
This nigga, I can't believe this nigga. Look at him. What kind of truck is this, gang?
Dude, it is crazy. Dude, I want to know what happened. Let's see. Let me see if this guy's got any more data on this. Oh, that looks like the only one. I got parents meeting the scam guy. But he's a regular dude. He's got lots of hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of views. So he was just out there hating it. You looked like One Eye Willie. We still alive? Yeah, we still alive. We're still alive for a little while longer. It's only 10 o'clock. Kingpin axle bridge for weight distribution. And then there's another axle that's in another bridge loaded axle. Listen. My father used to work for the Applied Physics Laboratory making missiles. He made that was his primary job. And when they would transport shit, this is the kind of way that they would set it up. And they wouldn't use old shit. That's why there's not a speck of rust on that thing. And every tire is loaded to the exact pressure it needs to be. This is something serious. This wasn't a standard off the freaking boat and onto the back of a trailer to send it down the road. Absolutely not. So sometimes you got to put the driver so far away if there's a hot load, if you know what that is, that means that your Geiger counter is ticking. So you've got to put the driver far enough away from it because they're spending so many hours in the vicinity of that. So unless it was so super heavy, but there's better ways to do it too. And it's a low boy, right? Oh, please tell me you found something more, Space Cowboy, than other the guy talking about caulk. He better be an expert. Yeah. He might, and the thing is, he might be maneuvering it the way he planned on doing it. He might know that he's doing what he's got to do. It was like a butthole. Good anus health.
I've had enough of your crap. What exactly do you think you're doing?
What up,
Let me
J-Lo?
tell you how I really feel. Get up already! You've been scrolling for an hour and my veins are literally about to burst.
Yeah.
I am a body part, not your sofa.
TJ
Why
about-
didn't you actually wash me? Toilet paper doesn't get everything, and now I am incredibly itchy down here. This is just gross, man. Stop being so selfish and think about my suffering. I am absolutely burning from all those spices. God, you have no idea how it hurts. Scented soap is burning straight into my soul, you absolute psychopath. Use something neutral or just plain water. Have some mercy on me, dude. You just had to eat those hot wings yesterday, didn't you, genius? Now I'm paying the price with a total volcanic eruption. This is a nightmare. Get out of the cold right now. I'm freezing down here and I'm starting to feel sick. Go find something warm to sit on immediately. Take those panties off, Ken. You've been rubbing them against me all day long. They're temporary, not meant to be worn for 24 hours straight.
That towel was literally just sitting on the gross gym floor. Don't even think about touching me with it. You're gonna give me an infection.
Rub gently because I have very delicate creases. Throw that sandpaper away and use only water. Stop treating me like I'm made of old leather. I'm your ass, and I've had...
Freaking whack. That's yours, the hemorrhoid special. They call it the Inflammo. 20 years as an over-the-road driver. As the commercial says, I know things because I've seen things. What up, Joshy? Long time no see, brother. How you been? Yeah, dude. I'm sure you've seen. And listen, that stuff usually happens at night, right? Like that's like so. It's probably been a multiple day journey, or where the manufacturing was completed, that was the route out. But look, there's sometimes very big things that need to be moved, and they'll move infrastructure. They'll dismantle the roundabout. If it's a like some roundabouts are just painted on the ground, right? But if that obviously that wouldn't have mattered in that case. But yeah, that's crazy. You got engaged? Congratulations, brother. Eat a lot of hot peppers. I don't, dude. I don't at all. I don't eat anything like that, dude. I've always been, dude. Black peppers is a little spicy to me. Taco Bell mild is as hot as I would go for like freaking 20 years. Probably in the past 10, I would eat hotter than that, but I don't eat that stuff at all anymore. A lot, dude. I used to know a guy. Hey, Elliot, bam. Thank you, my brother. I used to know a bunch of guys who would trip out on that stuff. They would get the hottest peppers they could get, and they would all hang out and freaking, instead of like eating mushrooms to like they would eat the spiciest stuff possible to have like an endorphin release, to have like a spiritual experience. It was absolutely crazy talking to these guys, and I've known them for years. You never thought you'd see a talking bunghole. I think I always knew I'd end up seeing one. I like capsaicin. That's freaking wackadoodle. Freaking coming in here slinging his jewels. Thank you, Elliot. Yeah, dude, capsaicin. Dude, okay, so I worked at this place called the Capitol Grill in Baltimore, and we had this stuff called Satan's blood, devil's blood, and it was like 2 drops per gallon of chili. And let's just say that they used a lot more than 2 drops to a lot less than a gallon, and it basically poisoned us all. Let's see. Devil's blood hot sauce. It's pure capsaicin. It wasn't a sauce. Coles, devils, Satan. There it is. It looks like a ding-a-ling. Hold on, wait till you see this thing. Bam. Yeah. Satan's blood chili. And it's like 1 million Scoville units. It's just 2 million. 2 million Scoville units. It's corked up and everything. $40 a freaking bottle. I just like the taste of jalapenos and serrano peppers. Okay, so I grow something here called refrigerator chilies, refrigerator jalapenos. They're very low Scoville. They taste like jalapenos, but they're not spicy. Too spicy, can't enjoy the food, dude. Do you recall your last IKEA purchase? No, I don't think I've ever. I've bought things for clients and for the movie industry from IKEA, but I don't think I've ever bought anything for myself from IKEA. Dude, if I'm going to go to IKEA, I'm just going to go buy freaking something from the thrift store or Restore or whatever. Yeah. What sounds awesome, Mike? Mic'd up. What's that? What, the Satan's blood? Vitamin D. Swedish meatballs. Yeah. I remember getting them there too. But this is the crazy shit. Let me see if I can find information on it. Okay, created in 2000. Extremely hot chili sauce. This says 800,000. Heat and unique vial shaped packaging. It's popular, or it's 2,000 or 2 million Scoville extreme. That's what they had. Contains pepper extract and red wine vinegar. And right, so the pepper extract is just powder. So they just used red wine vinegar to liquefy it, so that you weren't just dumping dust. That's so I have a hand dug well. I used to have a wet spot in my backyard, and I dug down with a coring you dig down, take a quarter turn, pie it up, and then once it gets deep, you can take the pipe, the handle off, and add another big layer of pipe. And I dug down 17 feet, so I have my own well, but that only feeds my plants. It stores into 1,000 gallons of storage. I could filter it. I use city water, and then it gets filtered through 4 filters, and then a gravity filter. Yeah, I filtered the shit out of my water. I don't play around with that freaking chlorine crap. Chlorine will stop your body from absorbing vitamins. Like, if you wonder why you don't feel good anymore, even though you drink 8 glasses to 8 ounces of water a day, it's because you're poisoning yourself. Jalapenos and serranos are totally good. Oh, the peppers. Okay, let me see what they're called. I want to say refrigerator. Non-spicy jalapenos. Not jalapenos, but seeds, plants. Jalapenos. No, they're not called jalapenos. Maybe they're just no heat jalapenos. I'll look when I go to the garden tomorrow. Yeah, they're either. But yeah, you can get not jalapenos. I definitely heard of not jalapenos. And jalapenos. Yeah, but those are all basically the same thing. I think those are just brands. Traditional flavor, thick wall texture without the spice. Mild sauce and stuff. Yeah, they're good. What'd you change your name from, Mike? It's okay. I sweat some. I sweat. I'm getting uncomfortable. Yeah, listen, no. Yeah. Listen, like a little bit of, and then it's over in like a minute. Yeah, but frickin' letting me know that Satan exists ain't frickin' cool. Oh, okay, gotcha, Michael. Okay, what's going on, Michael? Michael William, what's up? Do you recall how many entities Inspire Brands own? 62. Let's see. Inspire Brands affiliate with Arby's, Baskin Robbins, Buffalo Wild Wings, Dunkin' Donuts, Jimmy John's, Rusty Tacos, Sonic. Okay, so I'm way off. Not 62. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Jeez. What's this live about? Can you tell? Yeah, it's open topic. Right now we're talking about non-spicy jalapenos, but we've made the gamut. It's almost 3.5 hours, and I'm down on Artesian Well, 350 feet. Yeah, that's that's where you want your water from. No oxygen really down there, no sunlight, so you don't have any of the crazy bacteria and algal blooms. What's one thing you admire about Britney Spears? Me? She was willing to take a punch. Hit me, baby, one more time. I like to taste jalapeno sauce. Yeah, I agree. If you remove the seeds, it's not that. You do that. I ain't doing that shit and accidentally have a rib or a seed in there. That stuff lights me up. Have you ever heard of fast food druthers? That sounds familiar. Yeah, druthers. Yeah, I've heard of druthers. Absolutely. Yeah. Man, I'm thinking of Crothers. Druthers. No, I've heard of druthers. Yeah, that's definitely ringing a bell. The brewing company. A brewing company. Not druther. Let's see. Yeah, druthers. Yeah. Sarasota Springs. I think I've heard about them. Are you talking about the Brewers Company? You're talking about, see, that fast food. Let me see. Fast food. Yes, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Definitely. Yep. Is that you a fan? They only have one location now? In between you talk about water filter, what was that about? Oh, somebody, I had a glass of water and somebody asked about if it was well water, and I was telling them about, yeah, I'm dead serious on my freaking water. I'm an amateur chemist, so I make sure if the reason most of you people don't feel good and have energy all day. I'm 49 and I'm freaking got energy like a freaking 20-year-old should, and I didn't have energy like this when I was 20. I absolutely so chlorine is added to our water. No big deal. You can leave it out for a while and it'll evaporate. But then they started adding chloramide, and that doesn't evaporate. So when you drink it, it's going into your body and it's sterilizing somewhat your gut bacteria. And then you can't absorb the vitamins and nutrients. Even if you're taking vitamins and nutrients, you can't absorb them through your gut wall. So I started filtering the dog shit out of my water, and life completely got better. What up, Jenna? I just realized you look like an older version of the kid from Stranger Things. I worked with those kids. I told you that before. Yeah, I did this. I still have photos and stuff for the sets I built. But which kid? The main kid from Stranger Things. Stranger Things cast. Man, can you guys not hear me? That said Weird Things cast. How's it getting so bad? X-Tweaker energy. Brother, I was in the movie industry for 15 years. I was in the music industry for 8. I've been there. But I wasn't on the frickin' like methamphetamines or anything like that. Stranger. But I tell you what, I didn't have energy like this until I stopped drinking that water bullshit like that, and then getting my vitamin deficiencies caught up. It's unbelievable. It changed my life, and I frickin' talk about it all the time. Absolutely. Stranger Things cast. This kid here, Mike, Noah, that both high energy fields. That's both high energy fields. Yes. Look up Finn Wolfhard. Yeah, that's him right there. Yeah, we do kind of have a similar look. If he was older. I'm better looking. Thanks for explaining kindly. Tell me what was the best way to filter water, recycle water, became good at City Tech and all. So the best way to filter water is to have to filter it the least as possible. So aquifer, digging down, water falls onto the earth, and then the earth, the soils, the rocks filters everything out of it, and then it pulls in underground aquifers. That's the best place to get the purest water. And then you want to absolutely do, you don't need to worry about like reverse osmosis or anything like that, but then you want to do a charcoal filter, and then you're good to go. You guys have the same nose and mouth. Thank you. Thank you for looking at my nose and mouth, Joe. Spill the wine and take that pearl. Orphan. I use what's called a Berkey, and they've been made illegal here. It's the schnoz. Yeah, so I have a Berkey, which is a gravity filter, and I have a Robot, which is robot pot. It looks like, I'll show you. It looks like a coffee maker, but you just dump water in it like a coffee maker, and it passes it through a bunch of filters, and it measures the incoming dissolved solids parts per million, and then what's going into your pitcher, your carafe, and that's what I make my coffee and everything from. And then I have I'll just show you. Robot. Oh, it's a robot. Okay, so here's the Robot. Dang it. Here's the Robot. And those are great. And they last a long time. So it's basically, it looks like a coffee maker. It looks like a coffee maker like that. Was he a nice kid? No, they were all pretty cool for being actors, but they all acted like they were actors around other actors. You know, they were all like, don't look at me in my eyes when you bring me my coffee. Most of them were pretty cool. Why does your nose look bigger than usual? Maybe there's something on my stage. 5 stage, puts 100 gallons an hour. And let me show you the other one. I have a Berkey water filter. And then this here, the Berkeys, this is a gravity filter like that, and it's got, this shows 2, but you can put 4 filters in the top and 4 filters in the bottom, and that's reverse osmosis and gravity. So if anything that's not going through my Robot goes into this. And the cleaner the water is that goes into this, the longer the filters last. But if I can take water out of this and put it in my Robot, I get down to like 2 parts per million of total dissolved solids. So it does just as good a job as the Robot. But the Robot pumps it through filters. This is gravity. So you can fill up the top, and overnight, it'll fill at the bottom. I'm India, that big problem, dirty water. I'm working for the city, get good water waste becomes good for drinking. So the problem with this, brother, is the dirtier the water is, the faster the filters get clogged. So you need to use a cloth or a high volume process, like a bunch of, you can use a bunch of freaking clean t-shirts stacked up, like cut rings out of them and pack them into to get the wacky floating shit out of it, and then run it through charcoal filters. And that's the best way to do it. Atmospheric water filters are the best. So the atmospherics, the problem with chloramine is you got to filter it. We used to take water and we put them into gallon jugs, and we'd leave them out so that the chlorine would evaporate out of it, especially before adding it to fish tanks and stuff. But then we noticed that it still smelled like chlorine. And then I learned that chloramide's in it, which is basically non-evaporating chlorine. Moving to a new house today. Fun to watch the stream in a new place. All right, Rickamoto, brother. Cowboy, I'm thinking he's French of Roman descent. Me, I think I have a Roman nose. But I broke it 12 times still. Might have to add minerals. Yeah, big thing people don't understand about water. You don't want to drink too much of it. Too, especially... distilled water has almost nothing in it. It's almost completely H2O. So it will suck minerals out of your system for it to find stable. Membrane gets dirty quickly. They're great. No, yeah, they're great too. But not for a lot of water. Like if I want gallons of water. Like if I'm gonna make a pot of noodles. I want a gallon or two of water to boil noodles in, and you just don't have that. The ones that screw onto your, I don't trust those for more, because the problem is once they're done and the filters are so small, you only get like 100 gallons out of them, and they're expensive. Atmosphere water mix, water out of air. Yeah, those are cool too. Yeah, the ones that use like the Morning Dew, the electric ones. Have you seen those? I've got a reef tank, 0 ppm. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, so back in the day when I had fish, very, very, very important. Best thing you can do. Kelly Clarkson's publicist came out and said Kelly's haunted glass eyeball. No. Should we pray? How you doing, plastic? Let's see. The Brita's good. We get the blue filters, takes more out of milk. Have you ever run, if you drink alcohol, have you ever run liquor, like vodka, like peppermint schnapps, anything through a Brita filter? It'll let you know that you're being poisoned by the companies that make your liquor. The before and after is so extremely different. It's so unbelievably different. The taste, like it makes you understand why people that used to make their own liquor made it, and the people that didn't trust the government to make the liquor started, like, it's unbelievably different. And even though you got like Jack Daniels that says like 19 feet of charcoal, right, but after it went through that, what did you do to it? People say pH value of 150. There is no 150. It only goes to what, 13? pH values. Yeah, it goes to 14. It only goes to 14. Yeah, bleach is 13, right? Drain cleaner is 14. What am I doing? Why am I doing that? Yeah, there you go. pH value of between, maybe you mean 1.5 and 5, but 1.5 is acid. So it should be 7. 7 is neutral. Your favorite cold drink, iced tea, sweet tea. I feel seen. We should, girl. Girl like you, we should be seen. New Zealand has better tap water than Japan, U.S. Both Japan, U.S. has lots of fluoride. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Calcium builds up in this machine's vinegar clean it. Yep. No problem. TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. I think he meant 15, but he's off by 1. Yeah, but that's freaking, that'll kill you dead. 15, you're done. You'll burn your freaking tongue off out of your mouth. Yeah, you want 7. 7's neutral. As close to 7 as you can get. Some people will get like alkaline waters, which are like 8-ish, and then you can get acidic waters, which are 6-ish. But yeah, you want right around 7. Water contamination is a big thing on the Middle Ages. Why I've always heard of beer and wine. That's exactly right. Yep, 7's a good number. That's exactly right. Yeah, absolutely. So you should have a water testing kit. Everybody should. You should absolutely test the water when you move into a new house. Absolutely, to see how you're going to handle it. Because the reason it's cheap is because they don't want to pay for infrastructure, which means if we add this to it, the freaking lead pipe. Listen, there's still wooden pipes in America. Wooden pipes that were made in the 17 and 1800s to move water. Because as long as they stay under pressure, they don't rot. And then when they use lead pipes, they add a chemical to it to make a lead compound that won't leach the lead into the water, but they add stuff to the water to make that skin on the lead pipes and stuff. You have no idea what they're feeding you. Get rid of that. You don't understand what you're doing to yourself drinking water. And the whole fluoride thing, the 8 glasses of 8 ounces of water a day is absolute crap. It's absolute bull crap. I drink like a pint a day. And you work on any big project regarding waters? No. Just my own home. Copper is great. Yep. PVC's horrible. Yep. Yeah, so PVC should only be used for wastewater, not for supply water. We have what's called CPVC to use for supply water, but that's complete crap. It'll get brittle and break. And they said it'll last forever, water, so plastic doesn't break down, and it absolutely breaks down. That's definitely mold and wood pipes. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff. How much water per day then? I drink a pint. I drink 1 or 2 16-ounce glasses of water, and I have a cup of coffee. So coffee is great for more than one reason. PVC banned in most of New York City. Organize and fight capitalism and injustice. That's what's TDS, total dissolved solid range. I don't go higher than 2. That's what you meant, total dissolved. Yes. So when I put it in, I usually get around 120 in my filter that monitors it. When I put it in, it's about 120, and when I get it out, it's at about 2. What up, brother? Wow, Robert gave us so clear. Yeah. Okay, what were we just talking about? I just missed something. Okay, copper, yes, copper. Water. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. Organized to fight capitalism. Right, so the TDS, so total dissolved solids, right, right out of my tap is about 120. Why is his face so clear? Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, right, about how much water to drink. So the thing is, they added fluoride to our water, and fluoride only works when it touches your teeth. It doesn't work from inside of the body out. And there's a lot of negative effects with fluoride and chlorine. And when you drink 8 glasses of water a day, you put as much fluoride in you that should protect your teeth. But it only protects your teeth when it touches it. And it's not the sodium fluorosilicate that they put in the water. Just because it's got a fluorine atom, they call it fluoride, and it's freaking a scam. So you had companies when they were making, I think it was when they were making asbestos or fertilizer, fluoride, fluorosilicate or whatever it was a waste product. So they used to dump it illegally, and then they got sued by the government. So then they said, well, hey, can we just dump it into the water? And they were like, no, we can't just do that. And they were like, well, what if we can prove it's good for the teeth? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's good for people's teeth. Okay, dump it in the water, and then we'll pay you. Now the government will pay you for your waste rather than you paying the government for the waste. And that's why we have fluoride in our water. But yeah, you don't want all that shit in there. Okay, so coffee. The reason coffee is so good for you is that when you brew coffee, the water drips to the grounds, right? And just the case, when you heat it up, volatile compounds will evaporate, like the chlorine and whatnot will evaporate off of it, get a lot of it out. And then as it soaks through the coffee grounds, it's like going through a coffee filter. So that's a better way to drink coffee too. Stupid autocorrect. All right, let's see what we're going to get.
Fucking tunnel and see a fucking train coming. Don't be a fucking dumbass and try to fucking outrun it. You ain't that fucking fast. Instead, fucking look for a fucking gap in the fucking wall and shove your sorry ass in there. No fucking gap? Then fucking lie the fuck down on the fucking tracks and pray you don't get fucking flattened. And if you're in a fucking tunnel and see a fucking train coming...
Yeah, I could tell you a story about that, guys. That means two means 0 minerals between 2 and 50 is good for bones and health. Brother, listen, I want this is a problem. I want you to look into this. The problem is you don't know what those dissolved solids are. It doesn't say what the total dissolved solids are. They can be poop. They can be freaking dog fur. You have this is the problem. You don't know what those dissolved solids are. They're just dissolved solids, and this is a big problem. It's an umbrella thing to make people think it's okay. No, absolutely not. You need to know. You need to test your water before it goes in there and find out what it is. Because what if it's fecal coliform? Then it's not okay to have that much fecal coliform in there. You understand? In California, you can't use metal pipes or water or the chemicals in the metal. All right. We're back at it. Raid the ferry. Florida, I remember, would give us this crap in school twice a week. Fluoride. Dumps people down every time. Listen, so during World War II, the Nazis would put it in the water in the concentration camps to makes you docile. It makes you not want to fight. That's how they could have like 300 guards and have like 5,000, 8,000 people that wouldn't just up and attack and kill the guards and take over them. Why were they so like, oh, we're just gonna die, right? No, yeah, it makes you docile, not want to. A lot of new developments in homes of plastic lined aluminum supplies to the basements, then it's all poly. But there's except faucet fixtures, which are brass. So crazy. Men have 80% more plastics in their nut bag compared to 40 years ago, and they've got 100% more than women. I do recall the side effects of Red 40. Yes, hyperactivity and cognitive issues. My buddy just drinks Evian. You know what Evian is backwards? It's naive. Did you know that? Evian backwards is naive. Since Space Cowboys questions always start with "Why do you recall?" That's his shtick. That's what he do. And look, you can see he's actually. Let me show you his T-shirt. We got a Do You Recall T-shirt on 110thgrade.com. And there's the Space Cowboy shirt, and it says, "Do you recall?" There's no new water has been all treated. Right. Fecal matters are serious issues. Yes. Here too. It's everywhere. Right. This is the thing. Don't let them tell you that, oh, this is healthy for your bones. Right. But they're not saying this much lead, this much. They're saying total dissolved solids. Which solids? So once you start to understand how to break down propaganda, you'll learn that everything is just how to make you a better, just to listen and do what you're told. You got to test the water to find out what you're removing. Then you got to find out what you're going to put in, like chlorine to kill fecal coliform. Then how do you remove the chlorine before it goes into the human body? And then so if you kill everything and it's just dead E. coli and whatnot, that's part of your total dissolved solids. Do you recall the side effects of screen time? Inability to sleep. I'm part mad scientist sometimes. Me too, brother. I love it. Listen, I didn't believe in a creator for freaking, so let's say from 10 to 45. And then just because I just wanted to learn about everything, and I thought freaking that would make me dumb. And then I realized I learned so much more in the past 3 years than 4 years than I did in 35 years of education. And I can learn so easy. I can absorb information so easy. Everything starts to just make so much more sense when you take it from and that's just a point of view change. Like if you're told to learn that everything's accidental and everything's chaotic, then you're trying to make sense of the chaos. When you take it from the point that, okay, we're either a simulation and I want to find out how the simulation is being run, or somebody created us, it changes how everything's done, how you interact with information. Okay, so let's see. What is involved in total dissolved solids? Okay. It says, so total dissolved solids measures inorganic salts, minerals, metals, organic matter, which can be poop, freaking grass, like natural, calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, bicarbonates, chlorides, and sulfates. So everything, and that's the problem with that. I recall when my anus was infected. Yeah, dude, that ain't no good. My brother had a freaking, he had a hernia that got infected. If the Christian God is truly merciful, why do they make punishment disbelieving him? So this is interesting too, Timothy. When you start to learn it like on your own, you learn that that's not it. It's not a punishment. We are all headed to hell. Hell is the separation from the knowledge, right? From the being that created us. That's what hell is. We're all heading there. You can learn that knowing how everything works, the knowledge, the relationship. That's it. So it's a separation from it. So you have no interest to be there. So you're not being sent to hell because you're being punished. We're all being sent to hell. That's where we're all going. And then if we spend enough time learning and studying, we'll learn, okay, this is obvious. I want a relationship with the person, with the great programmer in the sky. And then that's an off-ramp that says, okay, you want to be part of my group? You can come join my group. So when you ask to be saved, it's basically like saying, I'm headed to hell. Everything sucks, and I don't want to be heading this way anymore. Can I join you? Okay, sure. Not, oh, you didn't join me. You're just already headed there. Do you recall how that felt? Yeah, so Timothy, everything depends on how you ask the question and where you get the information from. People that haven't found that yet follow what other people say, like that. Like, whoa, if he was so good, well, here's the problem. There's also that evil. Like, there's an opposite. And if you figure it out that there's ultimate good and ultimate evil, you get to choose which way you want to go. Meet Tom Petty one time. Damn, that personality. A few personalities in my driving career. Encountering him on tour buses. I recall it was the worst year of my life. A year. Jeez, free will. Have you heard of Dr. Blitz? He's a physicist, atheist. I bet you could debate him into oblivion, brother. I think I could do pretty good. Listen, most people don't know anything. If he knew more, he wouldn't be an atheist. And if he wanted to know more, he would be agnostic, not atheist. And this is where you run into stuff like that. Hell, it's not. And right, that's another thing too. There's a lot of things saying that you can ask for forgiveness when you get there. Like, okay, I messed up, but knowing that so even if you knew that you would be punished for not having a relationship with them, now you know that. Why did you not try to have a relationship with whoever created this absolute freaking experiment that we're in? Hell is the friends we make along the way. It seems like it, doesn't it? Never met anyone who's been to heaven or hell. You shouldn't. They either can't leave or they don't want to leave. He's really an excellent performer. Let's take a look at it. Purgatory. Do you recall the dimensions of a UFO? Let's see. Dimensions? You mean like talking about a freaking flying saucer? Dimensions of a UFO. They can't have a standardized thing. A few feet to over 2,000 feet. Interesting fellow. Too nice. Oh, interesting fellow too. Nice. Okay, gotcha. All right. Just another way. That's just another way. But yeah, right. Yeah, it's another way to put it. Right. But does it make you feel different? And this is the thing. People that know how to work with your emotions will try to make you feel different about it. Like if your house is burning down and your father says, "Son, jump into the car and let's get out of here." You can either have a relationship with your father and get out of the burning house, or you can sit there and be like, "I don't think the house is actually burning. It's just a figment of my imagination." You know, and we only know once we kick the bucket. Richard, but when the debate doesn't believe in oblivion, so you debate him into heaven. There you go. Do you think a clavicular is going to recover from the brutal frame mongering he's been serving? Brother, listen. I've got a problem knowing what's real in those realms. I think a lot of people set this stuff up on purpose in a lot of ways. There's a lot of this drama and stuff because it happens politically. It's pre-programmed political drama in order to make people more popular at times of elections and stuff. So whether it's actually true or not, if lawsuits don't come out, I don't think it's true. I think it's just internet drama. Well, we'll see. I know he was arrested. Some believe we are living in hell right now. Do you recall the last time you were I've never been sprayed by a skunk, but I used to work at this Maryland zoo, so I knew a lot of people that were sprayed, and that stuff stinks. Plenty of people have been to heaven, NDEs. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's if you should really learn about all of that stuff and talk to the physicists, the chemists, and the brain surgeons that have interviewed the people that they've killed under during surgeries that have come back and they tell them there's absolute crazy stuff. Got to get close to Area 51 to fulfill my bucket list. Richard is a gangster, allegedly. Speaking of UFOs, you saw the Phoenix. Oh, the Phoenix Lights. Bam, dude. I wish I would have freaking seen that, dude. That's so awesome. Let me see. Hopefully there's a video. Please let there be.
On March 13th, 1997.
Let me zoom in on this here.
In Phoenix, Arizona, a strange phenomenon took place. Baffling millions to this
fear-mongering.
A series of lights traveling in a.
But your father is the one who lit the house on fire and then gave you the free will to choose. The choose is not too evident. But your that's so just like everything here, you've got positive and negative electron flow and hole flow. You've got, ground and power. You've got north and south poles on batteries. You've got the yin and the yang, good and evil. So in order for there to be good in this experiment that was made, evil was made also, because you can't experience good without knowing what bad is. So it's another, and it takes years to get to this. Open your mind though, consider it a possibility, and it'll get there, dude. I don't know how old you are, brother, but it took me over 30 years of denying it until things got to the point, and you once you get to the point where you understand we're created, then you realize people thousands of years ago also realized we were created. They're not dumb just because they didn't have computers. And then what did they do about that to make their lives better? And the people that died for those truths. If you're a scientist and you believe in the Bible and just wasted 100 G's on an education, yeah. But the thing that's cool about it is, listen, most Nobel Prize winners in chemistry and except for economics are Christians, and it seems a little too odd that the people that are looking for how the world works have a religious background or have converted to that after finding out how the world works. Do you recall it? Dude, I haven't had an ulcer in probably a year, but I remember having one all the time, like on my bottom lip. Where
E shape hovered over the city until they eventually floated away.
We did right.
Some say that
he didn't light the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning.
These lights were flares, but others say that they are otherworldly. Later on in 2007, Arizona Governor Fife
there you go. Yes.
UFO investigator that he himself had an encounter with an unknown aircraft, but didn't want to scare the public. He acknowledged.
In the Bible, it says that too. In the Bible, it's not telling you just to wonder. It's saying that we've been put here to explore and to enjoy this beautiful thing that's been made. Not those exact words, but
acknowledged that there may have been military flares present in the Arizona.
I believe people know we're created. That's what some claim to have contacted the Creator, which we call prophets. I don't know, man. Just young brother. We were all young and dumb. Just stay alive long enough. Don't let depression take you over, because a lot of people get there. We're like, I don't know why we're here. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't get no girls. And they get in this freaking frame of mind and they leave the planet. When if you just stay long enough, you'll experience enough stuff where the scale tips, where it's like it all starts to make sense and everything starts to make sense. And I know it takes time because we are so poisoned with the information that we get today. Those were Tesla satellites. All right, let's watch this. I keep sorry.
On March 13th, 1997 in Phoenix, Arizona, a strange phenomenon took place, baffling millions to this day.
I get girls out, get that.
Lights traveling in a V shape hovered over the city until they eventually floated away towards the north. Some say that these lights were flares, but others say that they are otherworldly. Later on in 2007, Arizona Governor Fife Symington III told a UFO investigator that he himself had an encounter with an unknown aircraft, but didn't want to scare the public. He acknowledged that there may have been military flares present in the Arizona skies that night, but what he and hundreds of others saw in the sky had nothing to do with it. To this day, the sighting remains a true desert mystery.
Yeah, I freaking love that. So last time I brought yeah, I do. I think being extrovert is the best thing I've done for myself. Yeah, brother. Right. Yeah. No, they weren't satellites. It resolved 80% of my problems in life. Right. Listen, most kids would have a better life understanding that it's not just we make our own path. We don't know why we're here. Well, if you understand that we all have a reason to be here. We are made. Somebody made us, and we were made in the image of that being, so we can have the same knowledge, or as close as our freaking wackadoo body will allow us to have. And I think I enjoy life more than people that don't believe in God, and I think I understand things really good, and I can make your life better too if I can get you close to that. It might take you 10 years to get there, and as long as I'm still on the planet, I'll give it a whirl. This is why I don't put down people that come in that are just like freaking fairy tale. I understand where they're at. I know it gets better. And spending your life just trying to grind, just trying to you know, and then once you have this knowledge, if you just die, you don't have any kids or anything, like if I can pass this knowledge down to some children of mine, they're going to be way farther along. And if the point is to enjoy what's here, and while not hurting people and teaching other people how to enjoy what's on the planet, because if you know what evil is, the devil is a deceiver. So people that try to lie about how things are, and it's obvious to a lot of people, but when the evidence is brought, people won't believe it. It makes sense that they get into a depression and they don't enjoy their time on this planet. They don't understand that there's a reason for them being here, and they're not even looking for it. Nothing makes sense. Nothing. Why are we even here? It's just a freaking chemical reaction in the ocean that turned it. No. That it could be so much more than that. And even if it ends up being false, wouldn't you rather be happy during that time and following and thinking that you're serving somebody? It's much better. No, it wasn't yesterday. What's wrong with Ilhan Omar? She's desperate. She got busted, dude. Like so if you look into what's going on with her, she stole $30 to $60 million. Her husband started a fake winery that like 27 other people started other wineries out of the same building. They don't have any wine. They had a bullshit website. They started this big scam. They made a whole bunch of money, and she's trying her best to deflect and say that, no, it's for the good. She's a fake. She's an absolute fake. She's a fraudster. And she doesn't care about anybody but herself, and she's getting caught. So she's getting desperate, and she's just screaming, please listen to me. Believe these lies. You don't need to look into my finances. I promise everything's on the up and up. Then why can't we look into your finances? Because there's other things that need to be done. Just like when the police pull you over for drinking and driving or speeding, and you're like, you can't be freaking finding murderers and rapists. You know, it's the same kind of thing. And it's so obvious to people that have seen it a million times. Aliens fly in the same pattern as ducks. Yeah, you do. Yeah. And listen, she knows she's screwed. She milked the golden cow. She got so rich. And it's all coming out. Like, she married her brother. So the way the scam works is you get somebody into America any way you can. Any way you can. And then when they're there, depending on the religion you follow, you can have up to 4 wives. So if you can get a man into America, they can marry 4 wives from outside of America, bring all 4 wives in, you get a divorce. Those 4 wives can each marry 1 guy outside of America, bring those guys in. They all get a divorce. Now those 4 guys can get 16 women in from 4 wives each. So they exponentially brought people in that shouldn't have been here just to run stuff like this. And they tried to cover it up using religion. And then they ended up not following anything. Listen to him. He's right. I don't believe there's a creator. I know there is. Yeah. I there's no belief in me, right? It's no. I have no. Yes, my head tells me, do you want to believe to solve existential crisis? and that's the existential crisis. Who's Ilhan Omar? I'm not sure if she's the same Syrian woman who has questioned Trump. Yeah, not Syrian. She's Somali in she's an American politician, but she's from Somalia originally. And the problem isn't she's a Somalian. The problem is she's an asshole. And this is what I keep saying, like, all the time. Like, they want to try to direct. Like, when you have trans people that are doing bad stuff and you say, hey, you're a bad person, they're saying you're transphobic. If there's a gay person that's doing bad stuff, you say, hey, you're doing bad stuff. And they say, you wouldn't say that to a straight white man. You're saying that to me because I'm gay, so you're homophobic. So it's just a way to be like, oh, sorry, go ahead, continue doing the horrible stuff that you're doing to people. And that's over now. The fatigues happen. People and the people that were trying to stop racism became racist against another group, and it's all obvious. It's all out in the open. Do you recall the aerodynamics behind side drafting? Yeah, the pirates that are here. So paranormal is supernatural. I believe in the supernatural. Absolutely. 100%. and it's hard to tell what things are. Like when we watched that video earlier about those, like just just a few months ago, we found a group of a few thousand people living in the forest that don't even have stone tools yet. And what are they telling their people that they've seen? If angels, if not these people that came and gave them bananas, what are they telling these people? The people that had these crazy things, they had wings, yeah, they might have flown in or had helicopters. And how does that stuff get adapted over? So if there are angels and whatnot, it would be seen as that. If it's aliens that put us here and it's them flying in, but there's definitely something supernatural going on. The problem is you get so turned off by hearing like angels and creator and yada yada yada. I had to get over that big too. We face the same in India from Bangladesh, illegal immigration, and they also try to cover it in the name of religion. Yeah, it's a scam. It's an absolute scam. And you can tell because they don't know their religion at all. They only use the parts of their religion that helps them get more people where they want to and take over where they want to and to get power. They're not their religion. They don't follow it. She eats pork and shit. She drinks alcohol. She owns a winery. Muslims can't own wineries, right? And it's like yeah. So they try to make it about serial religious things and the content of the character is bad. Right. Content of the character. Do you recall New Jersey? Okay, hold on. Aerodynamics behind side drafting. Aerodynamics behind side drafting. Arrow. Oh, freaking hold on. I thought you were talking about airplanes. Okay. Okay. Side drafting is where a trailing car positions in the front fender, leading car, disrupting the airflow around it. This creates a high pressure, dirty air pocket, increases drag on the leader. That's freaking crazy. In the case of aliens interior building. Right. None is good. How bad does life have to be to migrate to India? Has life have to be? Brother, so I'm going to tell you something cool about India. And I'm going to tell you something cool about or crazy about propaganda. So countries that want you to stay where you're at tell you they're the best countries in the world and that everywhere else is the worst countries in the world. India's freaking kick ass. I'm definitely going to India this year. There's absolute shitholes. But there's absolute shitholes right here, right? And the problem is the shittiest parts are get the most stuff. Where are you from, brother? What area are you? Are you still in here? What up, Shiva? I didn't even see you coming in there. I didn't read your name first of all. But like look like let's say so slums of Atlanta. Okay, so like slums of Atlanta. This is my town. Right? Like, and it looks like a complete and utter shithole. And you can absolutely find like this looks like torn down houses and whatnot, burnt up stuff, trash everywhere, and you can and then you can go to beautiful India. Beautiful Indian women. And then you got stuff like this. You know, it's like absolutely beautiful, absolutely great architecture. You know, it's absolutely not what's, but we all are so used to the propaganda. She was 6. I'm not, Asia is not an issue. You're President Fallon. And no, there's no such thing as a president. America 200 years ago, some states, no, that's a fallacy, brother. Listen. The problem is that the religions have been taken over. Like, we have people in Christian churches here talking about that Jesus was trans. You've got people in Islam, in America, badging themselves as as Muslims or Islamists or Islamic that are boasting shit. They're just saying it. They're just using it as a badge in order to get in. And this is why I say all the time, people in their own have to police their own communities. Christians have to police their communities. Black people have to uplift their communities. Gay people, trans people, police their own communities, because the people that are acting the worst need to be gone away from. It can't be representing them. Doesn't have to right. I understand that. Listen, the problems are when people that are using Christianity, Islam, Judaism as a cover for doing bad stuff aren't called out by their own communities. It tarnishes those religions and communities. Like you see people all the time don't like Christianity because of the kid touching Christian priests, and Catholic priests and whatnot. And that's a problem, because when it got found out about, they weren't pulled out. They're soiling the names, and we have to call that stuff out. You can't call people Islamophobic if they're doing something bad and saying, but I'm Muslim. Yeah, but you're doing something bad. And they try to say, please don't arrest me, and they do it all the time with everything. It's just, and I agree, it has nothing to do with the religion. I'll give you an example of the pyramids and the stones that were put in place, the laser, the joint's 3,000 years. Brother, listen, that stuff's so awesome. Hold on. Accuracy of the stones in the Great Pyramids. Yeah, dude, this stuff's so awesome. Hopefully. What? Let's say that. Pure number of bad ideas, and that's true. There's no town in India as an annual fecal matter fight. Yeah, Richard Google at Delaware, the 1800s, the kind of 1707. Delaware, in Delaware in the 1800s. What was the age of consent in Delaware in the 1800s? 7 years old. Under 1871 law, a man was given the death penalty for having sex with a girl below the age of consent. By 1880, 37 states had an age of consent of 10 years. 10 states had an age of consent of 12 years, and Delaware had a consistent age of 7. All right, so you were talking about, but right, Timothy, right? This would have been a more correct answer than saying it was the fallacy. It's not a fallacy; it was the truth, right? But yes, but it's not. This is what I'm talking about when you don't want to say no. It's just we're in different time zones and it was bad back then. Yes, it happened, but it was legal back then. Is a better explanation. But I understand absolutely. Okay, what kind of church would say Jesus was trans, brother? It's still happening right now. Sorry, what was I looking at? Okay. Pyramids can't fit a piece of paper between the stones. Impossible precision. Okay.
This wall in Peru has no mortar, no cement, just stone on stone.
What
Yet
up,
the
Dustin?
fit is so tight you cannot fit a needle between, not even a piece of paper. How do you do that without a laser? This wall in Peru has no mortar, no cement, just stone on stone. Yet the fit is so tight you cannot fit a needle between them.
Right. It was a different time, but 7 years old is still 7 years old. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Not even a piece of paper. How do you do that without a laser? This wall in Peru has no mortar, no cement.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing. How did they get such precision cuts that they didn't need mortar? Like now it's so hard for us to do that. We use mortar because we don't want air gaps and giant water slides. I saw. Oh, this is cool too.
All that black granite that came from the eastern part of Egypt.
Oh, the Wadi Hammamet Quarry. Yeah, brother. Yes.
In the mountains of...
it's nowhere near the Nile.
Right. You'd have to go up and down mountains to move these things that were tens of tons. Like off cliffs. And because the narrative is like, oh, well, they would have brought these stones up the Nile.
Right.
Yeah, well, you can't normalize that. It's shitty. Right. There's freaking people wanting to do bad things to people. Absolutely. And things get caught, and I'm absolutely sure we could look up about everything about everybody. The point is, when you get older and you understand and you mature as a group, is you push back on those things and you say, this is absolutely disgusting and this is bad. The problem is with religion is you can't do that, because now it's not good to have marriages at 6 or in consummate, and you can't, it's not a good thing. So it's hard. And then when you have people saying that they're Muslim that are doing bad shit now, just they're only getting away with it because they can say Islamophobia. But the problem is they're soiling the good name of good Muslims that do good things, that pray 5 times a day, that love their neighbors and do great things. And because they don't want to be called out in their own community for saying, hey, you're an asshole, you know, and that perpetuates people. They're like, hey, I can get away with whatever I want because no one's going to call me out. My great grandmother worked in a sewing factory at age 5. The kind of stuff that makes me think they actually were built by an Anunnaki. Yeah, brother, hold on, I'm a bricklayer. I'm a bricklayer, and I can't get 100% precision with that. That's why it's so mysterious. Life expectancy 1,400 years ago was 35. By 10 years, would have already lived a 30-year life. Yep. Now a 16-year-old kid is socially, would still be married in school, would be wrong, would be mad. Back to the presentism fallacy. Gotcha. My apologies. Okay. I think the Sands Act is a complete. So this is what I was thinking. I was thinking if they had horns, like tubas that would vibrate the stones so slightly, and they had a lot of time and they had a lot of slaves with the sandstone, or was it granite? I can't remember what they were made out of. But when they vibrated together, but that still wouldn't make them perfectly straight. I mean, they would rub against each other and aggregate against each other until they became so tight, but it wouldn't be a straight line. It could be curved and whatever, probably the shape of whatever the sound wave was. All right, hold on.
All that black granite that came from the eastern part of Egypt.
Right. Good people and bad people. You can't say you're bad. This is a problem with the whole racism thing. Well, white people did this. So did everybody else. They were bad white people.
All that black granite that came from...
What's going on here? Tight joints between pyramid stones. All right. I don't know what this is here. Oh, granted. Okay. There's the there's levitation. There you go. Exactly. Yeah. Accuracy of Giza pyramid stones.
It's so hard to figure out who did what.
This is like 4th Dynasty Old Kingdom. Like all these big pyramids are in that area. It's like the beginning of the dynastic period of Egypt. So in the oldest part of their civilization. You know, New Kingdom would have looked at these people and thought of them as ancients, the people who built this stuff. The other thing to point out here, this is really cool because, you know, now we've looked at all this, you see how big the blocks are, how much stone they're removing, and then you see something like this. We zoom in on that, where they've just,
oh my God.
You know, so you're setting these giant blocks in, and you're also like, yeah, just make that next one, you know, a 1/4 inch down from the one next to it.
People always want to know, was this a geopolymer? Was this whatever? Was there some way? To me, it looks like grinding. If they had something connected to that stone that they were laying down, the one that they're putting on there, that they could vibrate that stone.
Okay, cool.
It would eat away both faces, all 3 faces. I've never seen this before. Going up against, including its own.
I think it makes sense. I've never seen this before, but that makes sense.
And basically make the mating faces perfectly match each other.
That's pretty dang cool. I would remember when I was in middle school and in high school, only person that got an A+ in history class in science, but that was before stuff with that. Hold on. I would remember when I was in middle school and high school, I was the only person that got an A+ in history and English class and science, but that was it. More stuff than you, all of you except Rich. Yeah, I got it. I believe in aliens and Bigfoot. Hey, listen. We just found a new whole city of people, thousands of people. So if we couldn't find them over the past 6,000 years. Who's to say that Bigfoot can't just sink into the ground? What would you say about people who would ask you, what would you say to people who would ask you who created our creator? The same thing when they ask you that I say that. You have categories, okay? You have creation, right? You have creation, and then you have what made that happen. So whoever created our creator, whoever created them was ultimately the God. You can only come back to that. Circular arguments don't work, right? So if we are an experiment and someone created that, they created time. So they're outside of that. They're in a different category altogether. So we know that we started at some point. So we have evidence for us being there. And then if someone created time, then there never was a before them. We're thinking because time exists where we are, but if that was invented, there was no one. So it's in a completely different category. I know it's hard to understand, but we can go over it tomorrow if you want. Like, is Palestine, is she going? I don't think so. I think Trump signed a with him. I heard something about it on the State of the Union yesterday that it looks like everything's going all right. I came in to follow Mark Cuban, literally owns a town in Texas. That's right. First course I took on uni was Engineering 101. I'll never forget the professor. Only top senior professors that work for PhD teach a 101 course for it, but now there's aliens. You can't prove that there's not, right? You can't prove that there's not, and there's evidence out there that suggests that there is, right? So what are you going to do? Right? Because of how impossibly accurate the whole thing is. Right. So you're saying the question, what was before? Right. Because the creator invented time. So if the creator invented the thing that is time, there was no before that. There was no before that. Time was created by the creator that created space and time. Understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like saying, who painted the toilet water? No, I can't even think of a good thing. But let's see if we can find a thing. Let's see if we can find something on it. Let's see. If we ask just, who created God argument? Oops. All right, let's see. Who created God? All right, I don't know what any of this is, but we'll see.
Now, someone may ask, who created God? And for the sake of building an argument, let's just say that the Christian God and Jesus were created by a greater God. Let's call this God, God 2. So God 2 created Christian God. Nice. Problem solved. But actually, another question arises. Who then created God 2? Well, actually, the answer's pretty easy. God 3 obviously created God 2. And this creates a bigger problem. Because if everything needs a cause for its existence, then us as people could never exist. The very fact that we are here and alive is proof that someone or something was eternal. Because if everything needed a cause for its existence, then there would be an infinite number of events that would need to happen in order for us to get here. And if there was an infinite number of events before us, things could never begin.
Yeah, so same type of thing. In order for us to be here, we had to have not been here before. In order for there to have been time, there had to have not been a time. So something outside of that categorization, physical matter, space, time, something had to be outside of that in order for us to be, or we would have just already been. But we have evidence for us beginning. We can rewind the clock scientifically and watch how the stars and everything come together. So there's other theories rather than the Big Bang. Like there's the oscillating universe, which says that that the Big Bang happens, then we collapse, and Big Bang happens, and we collapse, and the Big Bang, and then there's the steady state, which Einstein used to believe when he was an atheist, and then he went to go see Hubble at the Hubble telescope, at his observatory, through the telescope, Hubble's telescope, and he saw that all the planets and everything were moving apart from each other. So that means if you rewind it, everything's coming back together to one single point. So then he even had a saying that said, "It looks like it took me this long to learn this, and the theists knew this all along." So, like, it took him 65 years to learn that the universe has been started. And he said the people studying theology knew this years ahead of me, but just because the Bible says it doesn't mean we know exactly how it happened. But he said nature works. And if you look up his biggest blunder, Einstein's biggest blunder. Einstein's biggest blunder. Okay, Einstein's biggest blunder was the cosmological constant. So he couldn't solve his equations. It didn't work. So he added a number that he created that made his equations work, because he thought the universe was just always here and it wasn't moving, okay? His equations in 1917, he intended to force the static, unchanging universe. He later abandoned it as unnecessary after Edwin Hubble discovered that the universe is expanding. Ironically, this constant is now used to explain dark energy. So instead of throwing everything away, they're like, it was wrong, but how can we use it now? Why is the universe being pushed apart? Well, the dark matter is doing it. Okay, so that means you can rewind it back together. All right, let's see. Before it says this was time. So jackfruit toxic to young people? I don't think so, but unripe might be. What's up, brother? Jackfruit toxicity. Not poisonous, highly nutritious. Yeah. It says not poisonous, highly nutritious, edible fruit. It may have. So some people might have allergic reactions to it. I got one. You got one. It's time is literally space, so that the invention of the universe creates the time and space itself. Right. It seems like it's all the same fetal material. The universe, the origin of the creator, that's too deep. It's a never-ending question. Right. Where am I at? Without the physical, there's no time. We can't keep going back to infinity. There must be a starting point. Right. Must have been a series of limit. I bet the sun made the god of aliens. I have an interesting question. I hear theories occasionally on a pre-Adamite civilization. What's your opinion? We have evidence for that not being the case. We don't have any evidence, historical. We don't have any evidence at all of a pre-Adam existence, right? And that's a big problem. It's a great theory, and this is a lot of things that happen that should happen in colleges and universities. People should talk about stuff like this. Because when this video gets viewed over the next couple of weeks, a few thousand times, some people will probably take part of this and be like, oh, did you know that there was before Adam and Eve? And it doesn't appear to there have been. And I'll tell you why. Looking back at Genesis and creation, you see it says, after the sixth day, God rested. And going back to what we were looking at earlier, all of the phyla, all of the crustaceans, all of the animal remains and fossils that we have came out during what was called the Cambrian explosion. We don't see any evidence of there being humans until a certain time. We don't have any let's look at this. Let's look how long it would have taken. Here's something very interesting too about Adam and Eve. A lot of people get racist about it. They're like, well, then why is there black people and white people? And I think Adam and Eve were brown. And so you can have black people and white people off that. And by Adam and Eve being brown, just because, well, obviously Adam's son and Adam's daughter had to have sex in order for there to be more babies, because it started off with 2. But if you do the math works. So if as the babies were coming out, and it was going, and this is the thing that's interesting about the fairy tale thing of it. People have done the math. Adam and Eve, children having children. Let's see if I can find something. Let's see if they can. Hopefully, I can find something on it. Let's see.
How many kids did Adam and Eve have? Well, we know of 3 that are named. So you have Cain, who's the firstborn. He's the murderer. He's sent off into exile. The second one is Abel, who Cain murdered. The third one that's named.
Are you thinking of jackfruit, or are you thinking of Dorian? Dorian definitely stinks. Dark energy. How much be the witchcraft? Yeah, Passion of the Christ 2 within the making. Yes, I can't wait. Keep in mind, 1 day is 1,000 years. Passion of the Christ 2. Yeah, I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, sorry.
Seth. Adam has him at 130 years old, which means Eve also has him at 130 years old. The Bible doesn't come with exhaustive lists of everything to describe every single detail, but you have to think, if Adam and Eve are given the mission to be fruitful and to multiply and to fill the earth, procreation is a big responsibility of theirs. What are they doing until 130, even though 3 kids are named? There's probably a whole lot of kids, sons and daughters, but what makes me think that is Seth's name is literally, it means appointed, which means it's been like you're the one that's going to carry on the line of the Messiah, the seed of the woman that leads to the...
Sorry. Okay, so this, I want to say something about that. I want to talk about Noah's flood real quick. So we know we've got the Great Marianas Trench, the Mariana Trench. If there was an earthquake that collapsed the Mariana Trench in itself, and the rock displaced the water that was in there and pushed it up, we would have a worldwide flood. So things like this are scientifically possible to happen with what we know how the earth is made. And is that cyclical? So it's, dude, when you start talking to smart people about Bible stuff and they say, I want scientific evidence of this, and they say, here's the theories, here's how it can go, it's absolutely kick ass. You kick yourself like, why didn't I even take this other side of the equation why didn't I even consider it a possibility when trying to figure out how life worked and how the world works? It's kick ass. Okay, let me see. Adam and Eve's children making babies. Let's see. Okay, let's see. How many generations of children to Adam and Eve? All right, let's see. If we started with Adam and Eve, could we get to the number of people on Earth? If we started with Adam and Eve, could we get this number of people on Earth? It doesn't like what I'm talking to it about. Okay, mathematically, it is possible for the human population to grow from 2 people to over 8 billion in just a few thousand years through exponential growth, doubling roughly every 150 years. However, this scenario faces genetic diversity. So here's the thing. We also, when this stuff came out, we thought most of our genome was junk. We didn't know. So we were only using 5% of our genome. If Adam and Eve weren't white or black, they were brown, and they had the genetics needed to spawn down to create everything, or if the incest is what made the different people, then that it's all possible, and the math has all been done. It's all it's been studied, and it's all every question people have for that, they've had people have been studying it for hundreds of years. Yeah, it smells like farts. 17, you guys must notice the song. What song? Have you looked at the Toba explosion? Humanity almost went extinct. Total population down to a few thousand. No, I have not. The Toba explosion. Boba. Why is everybody drinking boba? Toba. Young Toba eruption. Okay.
Jezioro Toba jest pozostałością po jednej z największych
volcanoes can release a lot of energy and be very destructive. We've actually seen some very large volcanic eruptions in the past years, but none compared to the Toba eruption, which erupted 74,000 years ago.
So Adam and Eve were and listen, we know this so well after all. Listen, we were told the bullshit that we talk about today before we knew as much about genetics as we do now. We've got more data, more scientific genetic data that we came from two people. We've got more data. We actually get more evidence that Adam and Eve were here on their own than we do for the one common ancestor when talking about us coming from like a single-celled organism. So the only other people that would have been here, and Adam and Eve lived until they were pretty old. Like, we can live to our hundreds now. Think about how much older we'd be able to live if we didn't kill each other and didn't poison the shit out of ourselves. We have people living to 110, 120 right now. So it's absolutely crazy to see what's going on. And the problem is with the ages did they count it correctly? Like the 6 days, I think somebody said it earlier, a day might be 1,000 years. It might be an eon because they say it like the days. But yeah, it's interesting. How did 666 influence the community? Well, we'll get to that in just a second. Let's watch this. We'll get right back to it. Hey, Rich, you guys know? Come on, Rich. Do you guys know this one? 1738. No, no, I don't know it. You must know the song. The hippie culture. Insist. Is that what I said? Hold on. Oh, Dorian. Right.
Around that time. The Toba volcano eruption is considered to be the largest volcanic eruption in all of human history. This was very early on in human history. We had just started showing up in the fossil record. When this volcano...
Come on, I want to see some graphics.
74,000 years ago, there was a super volcano in Sumatra. This is called the Mount Toba.
We'll talk about 666 in a second.
It caused a 6-year nuclear winter and an instant 1,000-year ice age with a dramatic population crash to less than 10,000 breeding individuals. Volcanic ash from the
Sorry, I hate freaking bad. I hate bad audio. Okay, hold on. There's the butthole. So 666. So the whole demonic, the devil, the evil, that had to exist for us to know. Like you don't know. Going back to the magnet thing, you don't know how magnets attract each other without knowing how magnets repel each other. Like the retraction and the repulsion. So in order when good started to get grown, there was a vacuum on the other side. So evil is the absence of goodness. And the 666, the devil, the demon, the representations of what that was and why that was people that were chasing goodness that were brought off path. What's your thoughts on 666? You think? Well, okay, well we can. So for the representation, we'll look it up in just a second. Let's do Toba real quick. Sorry, I got my ADHD going. TOBA. Exploring the ancient. Okay.
Toba volcano, located in Indonesia, had a massive eruption around 74,000 years ago, known as the Toba supereruption. The eruption released a colossal amount of volcanic ash, gases, and aerosols into the atmosphere, causing significant climate impact. This event potentially led to a volcanic winter, affecting plant and animal life globally. Toba's impact included the release of...
Yes. So here's a big thing also about the volcanic winters and whatnot. These are some of the reasons we don't know how to age rock appropriately. We don't know if the way we age rock and how plutonium and lead deteriorate, like how the ratios of them change over time. That's if we stayed the same temperature. If we had this and it got really cold, then the temperatures would swing and they wouldn't degrade at the same time because they're temperature dependent. And this is all the stuff, the assumptions for things. Okay, so why 666 is bad? This is interesting when you look at it in English. Why 666 is evil? Not 5. Okay. So it identifies the the Book of Revelation 3:18. Oops. Okay. 3:18 is the number of the beast, symbol representing ultimate evil, the Antichrist, or the Roman Empire's persecution of early Christians. It's often associated with Satan, and in interpretation, it's been a flawed humanity's falling short of divine perfection. 13:18, Revelation 13:18. Revelation 13:18 describes as a human number linked to the beast of the devil. 666 used to be code for Nero, Caesar Nero, who's persecuted Christians. Manuscripts list the number as 616. The cultural, and it's been popularized. So it was probably used as an underground signal when the Christians were being persecuted, and this is just a theory, in Rome, to say, this is what's trying to destroy us. This is the evil trying to destroy us. And now 666, the people that are trying to hurt you now are represented with things like that. It's kind of cool. But I mean, I don't have a lot of data on that. The liberal is that real or just some satanic mass, black mass thing? No, they do it, dude. They absolutely. Let me show you something about that. The devil. You should mod me for putting you on the tube. All right, I got you, brother. You got to join the Discord, brother. Join the Discord. Okay, what's next? The Ice Age. So we're gonna look up. Terrible explosion kicked off an Ice Age. We're kind of wondering, okay, that's not me. No, that's me. Nah, yeah, everybody's fine. I love everybody. I love you. Okay, hold on. We'll be fine. All right. So, what did I want to say? Black man. Okay. Satan. Satanic church leader left. All right, so check this out. So this guy, let me see if we can find him finding Christ. Finds Christ. This is so crazy. Watch this. This is the stuff that I love. People that have their freaking faces tattooed and they end up crying if they found Christ.
Satan. How many members are part of your church?
Right. In South Africa. So this is when he was still a Satanist. Instead of saying hello, he said, "Hail Satan." I know. I don't know you're on a Discord. I'm gonna join. Yeah. It's linked in the chat, right? Yeah, it's linked in the chat. Okay. Look at this.
Hail Satan. How many members are part of your church? In South Africa at the moment, there's just over 12,000 Satanists. And then suddenly,
12,000.
Yeah, he was there, like in front of my face.
Who was there?
Jesus. And I've never believed in Christ up to that point. And being extremely scientifically minded and an atheist and all of those things, I said no. Like, this is either a demon playing a trick with me, or I am hallucinating. I said to him, I'm scared. And he flooded me with love, with so much love. And I said to him, but I don't believe it. I can't believe this because I've looked for this my whole life. I said, well, no, you've never opened yourself up for it.
Interesting, isn't it? He believed in the devil. He believed in demons. But for whatever reason, even though all the evidence that's available, he didn't even believe in Jesus, even though there's all this historic evidence. So this is one of the things that happened. Very smart scientist, atheist guy, believes in demons, devil, because he's always been attracted to looking at evil. And was absolutely all about that, and was like, Jesus doesn't even exist. We're here in hell because and then he has a hallucination, and brings him to his knees and feels like, hell, I'm scared of people with their face covered in tattoos. Yeah, he didn't even get him fixed. But we're gonna watch one more thing. But in every religion, people have testimonies. Yes, right. Yeah, you should listen to them. At one point, the Satanic Mass did attract a few people, but yeah, hold on. Yeah, right. I think the Illuminati is part of it. Let's find another thing here. This is interesting.
Saw the satanic agenda with my own eyes. organization. I saw this satanic agenda with my own eyes. I was in meetings discussing the satanic agenda with other satanic organizations around the world. So every 9 years it gets updated. So I'm just aware of the one that's being pushed now up to 2027. I don't know what the agenda is after that. But what I've seen with my own eyes and the online conferences that I've been in with other satanic leaders, this is what's going on at the moment. When I said when I left Satanism in May 2022, when I left Satanism, I said, and I have a recording of it, I said that in 2025, people will be arrested on the street for praying for other people. People will be prosecuted for being Christians in Europe. I said it because I saw it on the agenda. It wasn't a prophecy or that I saw the future. It was because I knew what was on the agenda. And people thought I was insane.
So here's the interesting thing about how they say the devil makes people think that he's God or that he has power. The God, if you ask him for help, he can make things happen. What the devil will do, the devil will tell you he can help you see the future, and he'll say, this person will fall in front of a bus in front of you in 6 days. But they make that happen. The evil that is makes that happen, so you believe that that's the person. Like, well, you knew, you prophesized it. No, that wasn't going to happen, but in order to try to convince you. And this is the weird thing about evil. And when you realize how deceptive everything is, like how everything's been taken over. And if you guys look into the Satanic Church and see how they want to take over the kids, and they want to sterilize everybody, they want to promote abortion, they got all this stuff they want to do, and it's all like death stuff. Like, and then you look at the let me see if I can find a thing about Jeffrey Epstein and how he was interviewed, and he said that he doesn't have to wonder if he's evil. He has a mirror. So basically saying he's the devil. He can look into the mirror, and you see what he did to kids and what they said about Jesus. The interviewer was looking at him with disgust. Is that a Merry? Yes, that's a Merry Christmas sign. Yes. And why we believers set offers at Satanic people set up altars. So all altars are set up as a point. When you create something, when you create a place to pray, to communicate, it's representative. It's not an idol. It's representative of a place where worship is done. And they do the same thing. They want you all. They want everybody concentrating on one spot, and there's a lot of imagery. Like when you set up your altar, when you set up your pulpit, you set the cross up, the crucifix behind, so people, when you're talking about Jesus did this, Jesus did that, they can look up from you and see Jesus on the cross. Well, they do the same thing with the satanic imagery. They put Baphomet with the pentagram, and it draws everything together. What do you think about the political philosophy of anarchy? I used to be an anarchist till I understood humanity, human nature. And anarchy doesn't work with human nature. People will lie and say they're anarchists to make sure that they can take you over and crush you. They'll use you to help get anarchy started, but then they'll destroy you when they get there. Anarchy doesn't work. I used to love it, dude. I used to read the Anarchist Cookbook. I used to own it, absolutely. I think he's probably sleeping through this one. I haven't seen him all. He was here yesterday. Jordan Peterson on the trans and kids stuff is to stop as soon as other kids grow up and lawsuits start, which just happened, right? Yep. Freedom of expression. The altar locations was closest to dirtiness to whoever you choose. Yeah, it's like the antenna Anarchist Cookbook. Yeah, that was great, dude. I made a lot of stuff out of that. That was great, and it was great for learning how to be self-sufficient in a lot of things. But the problem with anarchy is you can't. Look how some people believe so there's trans people, but companies wanted to make money off of that and say, okay, everybody's trans. You can get medicine and surgeries, which will make them billions of dollars, and not caring who they hurt. Like, this stuff is truly evil. So evil that they try to make people say you're transphobic if you don't want these kids to be hurt. So it's like saying that we're so evil, we want these kids' body parts cut off so they can never reproduce. And if you want to stop that, you're not part of us. So you have the evil empire that's telling you that it wants to be able to do this stuff to kids. And it's crazy. And then you look up the new numbers that came out, like the propaganda that was coming out of the trans side. It was just not happening. Kids aren't being transitioned. And watch this. This came out yesterday. Fox News transition lawsuit. Fox News trans. All right, let's see if I can find it. Hope I can find it quick. I was able to find it was like 12,750 kids were medically transitioned between the ages of 8 and 16 or 8 and 17. And so, you know, yeah, the cookbook. Sorry, I was supposed to say deity. Yeah, the vaccines, that was a bunch of crap. Yeah, it was a bunch of crap. Look, it didn't even pass the name. It didn't even pass the definition for the word vaccine, so they changed the name vaccine. And then you look at the Epstein stuff, and he said he wants to get everybody pregnant, so they thought they could make a vaccine that would inject his DNA into everybody, so that women, when they had kids, would have his DNA. Richard Haynes Easton, and give you my middle name, my last name. There you go. Thank you, Richard Haynes Easton. There's also an empty tomb in the basement of the Capitol building. Thank you to George Washington. All right, yeah, I'm going to bed too. I'm exhausted. I appreciate y'all being here. I love you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm freaking tired, boy. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.